Good morning, welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Porto for the final day's play in Group A, where it is the debutant Carl Wilson that leads the table going into Wednesday's proceedings, and this is the story of Tuesday. Move himself 3-2 to the good. It'd actually be the biggest finish of the group so far. The highest finish of the day yesterday was a 112, but that could be eclipsed here if Darius can find tops. Darius can find tops. He climbs the ladder.
Steve, yeah, just to hold through 121. Double 10 coming in. 121. Steve West got out top there. Brooks, yeah, with a double 14. For a ton topping up, outshot there, highest. It's a massive, as we see here, a massive ton opportunity. Simple, bish, bash, bosh on the 139 there.
So it's the debutant Carl Wilson that has a 2-point lead going into the final day's action in Group A, which you're going to be watching in the company of Devon Peterson, as we have done all week long. And Carl on debut has been absolutely superb. You wouldn't have thought it's his debut.
Yeah, I think it's the talk of the town. I mean, we shared a house together, and his phone was continuously going off. He said he's never experienced this in his life, and I says it's going to get even better now because the way in which he's playing is so consistent, is so as if he's a veteran on that stage, but he has had over 100 caps as well in county, so the experience is not lacking. It's just that we've not seen it. And I think that building his profile, he's literally built the perfect profile right now. I mean, he looks unshakable. He just so composed under the most pressured situations, like games against Darius yesterday. That was the one time that it was really tested. And he came through flying colours.
How difficult is that to translate form that you've had on the floor or other tournaments or what you've been doing for the last few years and then translating it onto a stage like this?
I don't think it's about the translation. It's how you manage the emotion. The sport is still the same. The distance of the boards doesn't change. The size of the doubles doesn't change and all of those things. It's all about how you prepare yourself mentally and what goals you set for yourself. And I think his goal was just going to play my game, and that's it. And that was a very simple approach, because darts is a simple game made very difficult to us. So, yeah, I think that his game plan is going to do exactly how he wants it to go. And I think that one of the most important things is he remained grounded through all of it. And I think that is a strong character, and it just shows who Carl Wilson is.
The closest challenger to Carl Wilson, realistically the only player that can stop him from winning Group A, is Darius Labanauskas, the Lithuanian, who improved on day 2 compared to day 1 in terms of the numbers, and his reliability means that he's very much in the mix.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's two giants in this group itself, and it's not just giants as in persona, because they probably got the meekest persona, if you must. They're quite humble. But I think that where you look at performance-wise is they've been the most reliable, most solid. Scoring-wise, Darius is an absolute, I love his throw. There's no bias on that. It's just literally Darius is structured throw, composed. It's the same timing all the time. You have to beat Darius. Darius is not going to lose a game. And that's a big thing for any dart player. So, yeah, I think that you're looking at it depends on how Carl has woken up this morning, number one. Number two is Darius is going to be Darius, so he's going to be in the mix. But I think that it's the other players, the West and the Duff and the Brooks. If they shake Carl, then, I mean, Darius could still slide in.
Well, let's have a look at the table going into the final day's worth of action. Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas jousting out for first place. Interesting battle for Group B between Bradley Brooks and Steve West in positions 3 and 4, respectively. Neil Duff and Niels van Zant in their cut adrift in 5th and 6th. Now, we're going to have a look at how the players have been performing over the first couple of days. These are the daily average comparisons. First things first, you can have a look at Carl Wilson. We've spoken about his consistency. That's very much put to the fore there.
Yeah, numbers don't lie, and you just see that with Wilson's kind of steadiness. a funny thing is the first day he wasn't great on his finishing, but he was great on the scoring. Yesterday, he had a good scoring day, but his finishing was a bit better. So I think that's just going to flip today. And if he has both of those, I think that those averages kind of skyrocket today.
And if you look at everybody else in that group, with the exception of Niels, they improved yesterday compared to Monday.
Yeah, and that's the thing though. You called it perfectly. It's that Monday morning blues. Is you turning up. It's the first day of the week. It's that first day of school, getting all that nerves out. Tuesday's always a good day, and Wednesday's a moving day. And for Carl, I mean, he doesn't want to move from that spot, but everybody else is going to try and move him.
Well, the bookmakers have him as favourite to go on and win the Group A and to keep hold of his position at the top of the table. Darius Labanauskas, 9-4, second favourite. Everybody else, big outsiders, perhaps not a surprise. Is Darius at 9-4, if you're looking at it from perspective of he's been there, he's done it, potentially value?
That is the value bet right there, because Darius is going to be unshakable. And the way in which he's playing, even a game against Carl yesterday, Carl had to pull out all the stops to actually beat him, and he was still waiting on a double. So you know that he's in a really good space. His form has been great coming into the Modus series this week, and I think that is going to continue. I do believe that if there's going to be any test, it's going to be Carl against everyone else, which is Neil Duff and Steve West. Steve West beat him yesterday, so is that demon going to come through again today? And maybe the last day, knowing that Carl now has an opportunity to win the group, does that throw another spanner in the works for him to actually think? Because all this time he's only been, I want to prove myself, I want to just make sure. Now is actually, I can actually win, which is a different conversation, different situation, and a different mindset.
It's 18 plus. It's begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right to our first game of the session, and it sees Carl Wilson in action. His first game of the day is up against Bradley Brooks, and these two had a bit of a balmer yesterday, didn't they? Both players averaging in excess of 90. Wilson winning it in a last leg decider on what is a massive day for him. Looking to qualify for finals night on debut, and earlier on this morning, I caught up with him. Carl, debut for yourself here at the Super Series. And as far as starts go, they don't get much better than the last couple of days, do they?
Well, no, I've got to count my chickens lucky because there's some phenomenal players here, and didn't expect it. I just come in to take each day as it comes, and I've done that, and I'm over the moon to perform the way that I did against some phenomenal players and some lovely guys at the same time. So I'm over the moon.
You say it was a little bit of a surprise. When you walked through the door on Monday morning, what were your ambitions and expectations for the week?
To enjoy it. I love my darts. Everyone knows I love my darts. I've put a lot of time and effort and hard work in over the past 3 years especially. And I just wanted to come enjoy the moment because you never know when you're going to get that opportunity again.
And is that the important thing? Embrace it, because you've done we've seen so much of you on tours and various tours doing various things. So this for you this week, was this like almost like a culmination of the journey for the last few years?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I had to go at Q School at the beginning of the year and played against some fantastic players, met some fantastic friends, and now I realised that I could compete against them, and then everything's finally come together and I got my opportunity to play in one of the ADC qualifiers, and luckily enough I come through a very tough field, and now I've got my opportunity here, so the hard work and the journey is slowly paying off.
And in terms of today, you're top of the league going into the final days with a good bit. Is it just taking it one game as it comes?
Doing exactly the same as I've done the past 2 days, get up on that stage, enjoy it, respect my opponents as I always do, and have some fun at the same time.
Well, it's been fun watching you, Carl. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you very much.
And Carl's first assignment is Bradley Brooks, who had a strong start to yesterday, but it just dovetailed as the line approached. Lost this game in the last leg decided, despite averaging 99. It was a real good contest. Most of the legs being run in the 5-visit range. But how are this pair going to kickstart the day? Big day for different reasons for both. Carl Wilson looking to win Group A on his debut. Bradley Brooks looking to keep hold of his position in Group B and play the night session on Thursday and Friday evening. So Brooks, the 24-year-old from Blackburn, the World Youth Champion 4 years ago. Bam Bam hoping to be in B when it comes to tomorrow evening's proceedings, up against Wilson, the 35-year-old debutant from Royal Tunbridge Wells, who is looking to progress his way through to the finals on his debut. It would be some achievement for him, and I can imagine if he does skip there, there'll be a fair few that will follow him down from Kent to the county of Hampshire for the finale on Saturday evening. I'm going to be in the company of Devon Peterson today in the commentary box. An intriguing day and a
First
big
leg,
day
it's Bradley
for Carl
to
Wilson.
throw first. Game on.
It's a Wilson Wednesday. It's all about Carl today. It's how he gets over the line, and we almost now
26.
in a position to kind of know his game. And we expect immediately a 180 from him. As he's done on day one, he went 4 180s every first game. But we know that his visits are littered with trebles all the time. And Bradley will
83.
know. Yesterday they had one of the really standout games. Carl just popped him to the post there with great last leg games. But can
45.
Bradley start early is the question. You spoke about how Bradley's just his aggression towards it really not. He's kind of frustrated with his game
45.
at the moment. And you're looking at the percentages and the averages. He's really not doing too bad. But in his mind, he's got gears to go. And I think that he knows that if he's going to have any chance to qualify for Sunday, he has to find those gears very quickly.
It's one of those great difficulties when you have great expectations of yourself, that what we sometimes can perceive as an okay game is in his mind below par and not satisfactory. And he's behind in this first leg. Wilson's got 6 here from 191 to break the throw. He's left himself on a single to double combo after 12, kicking off in the vein that he looks to continue in.
It's the vintage
100, Cole, you require 51.
The vintage 12 darts thrown and set up on a double. And now he wants double 16. Ooh, it's a little miss, but
35.
didn't even blink there, knowing that Bradley's only on 226. Just a kind of, it's a slight shock there for me because he's not been that far out, and could be early morning, just getting settled.
60.
So nothing to panic. 3 darts at double 8. That is pressure.
Bradley require 86.
Bradley now, with that 140, sets him up on 86. So is that a Bradley? Because Bradley is known for obscure kind of finishes, but I don't think that was going to plan at all. That would have stung Carl there.
4.
And now he's seen 6 darts come and go. He needs to make sure this goes in. Finds it, just that stacker, just underwire, lays it on top. Carl Wilson breaks the throw very early.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw
Probably
first.
blowing his hand, so it could be that it's a bit of a chill in the air, Henry.
It is, for September at least anyway, a very, very cold day here in Portsmouth. To the point where this early in the year I was contemplating getting the big coat out.
No ways it's not that cold, Henry.
It's a bit of a nip in the air. Honestly, it felt this morning getting out of the house and into the car like it was a November morning.
Yeah, but it's you guys that have these villas on the coast. That's the thing. It's the sea breeze. Us people that live in the city, we don't feel that cold. I had a nice little brisk walk to the venue today. It was beautiful. Clear skies.
95.
And that's all Carl was waking up to as well. Just clear at the top.
$96.
Big thing for Carl, though. We've seen him kind of miss opportunities in the
137.
In the early games on Monday. And the big opportunities that it was missing
60.
was on the simple finishes. 3 darts in hand, missing 3, coming back, missing another 3, and giving players an opportunity to come back into games.
59.
Today he doesn't want to be doing that because today is finals day.
And it will feel like a finals day for him because of the magnitude that
140,
this will have for him in terms of the context of his career and his progression over the last 2-3 years or so. but he's getting off to a superb start. Okay, he's missed a few darts at a double,
42.
but again, he's
Only
in
require
situ to take
8.
leg 2 and to open up a 2-0 lead against Bradley Brooks, who hasn't got out the gate yet. Clip it over the top.
Game shot
Well,
the
he just
second.
squeezes it
Oh,
into the
Wilson.
corner. Same combination as last time. Wilson 2 up.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Bradley blinked and it's 2-0. This is, you can tell the frustration on Bradley's face. It's tough when you're in that
45.
position. Yesterday, he found himself in a funny situation. If he beat Carl, he would be in the mix today. And then he lost to Carl and then just put
44.
him slightly away from being on top. But he has to make sure that he finds himself in Group B, because that Group C is going to be a stunner.
93.
Bradley is dropping a lot of darts low at the beginning of this match. When he's in full throw, you almost see a snap of the elbow,
59.
don't you, when he's in full throw? Whereas at this present moment in time, you're not quite seeing that as of yet.
55.
It's almost like he's shoving his shoulder, and that's almost why it's being pushed low into the bed.
100.
I think it's also the hangover of yesterday's game against Carl. Just knows what level he needs to be at to beat Carl. And
98.
yesterday was really good, and he threw one of his best games, but still never came out the victor. So that could have scars. And then also maybe just because it's early morning, the muscles are not
100.
stretched fully, and you can tell his setup is quite low. So he needs to. If he changes that setup, slight elbow height there would give him a straight target on the treble 20.
96.
He might think it's there, but it's just under. So if you're analyzing his throw slightly, you would see that he's actually throwing it correctly. It's just the setup point that's incorrect.
60. Bradley McCoy, 100.
Well, he set himself up on a finish to win his first leg of the day, 114, to bring it back to 2-1. And he's going to get a dart at tots, but is it a dart that's in the way?
74.
Just clips
Bradley
above the
McCoy,
wire.
138.
138, yeah. Just to break the throw again.
118. Bradley
Not going to
McCoy,
happen, but
40.
Bradley under some pressure now, making sure that he needs to hold the throat. Favorite double 10, and this will tell us exactly where he's at.
20.
Because we know that
Require
favorite double 10
20.
is the double that got him out of a lot of trouble yesterday.
It's not
Game
going to
shot
bail
the
out Bam
third.
Bam, and Carl Wilson's got the double break. Not at his rip-roaring best, but
For
not that he's
Vegas,
had to
Cole
be
to throw first.
in this particular
Game
match. Bradley struggling at the beginning of the day. It's become a occurring and reoccurring theme for him. And Carl here, with a win, would move temporarily 4 points clear ahead of Darius
121.
Labanauskas' game against Steve West. That's match 2 of our session. So the first 2 games could have a big consequence in terms of the top and middle portion of the table.
27.
Wilson temporarily can move 4 points clear, and Bradley Brooks will be lurking over his shoulder because a win for Steve West in that match against Darius would mean that Steve would jump Bradley
56.
and it would put Darius in a precarious position in terms of getting out of this Group A.
135.
Like you said, Carl's not playing at his regular standard that we become so quickly accustomed to, but we've become accustomed to the 180s.
138.
And he's just opted a different route there. But like you said, he didn't need to be, or he doesn't need to be at this point in time, because Bradley's not
93.
really putting up a fight. Carl will love this, though, because you want the games to be easy on your final day. You want to get through as easy as possible. So you don't want a tough game. And I'm sure he's going to get some tough games
98.
today. It seems like, at this point in time, just a walk in the park.
A nice settler for Carl Wilson on a day where the
59.
nerves must be jangling.
Quite 88.
He's got 6 darts here from 88 to seal a 4-0 victory to move himself 4 points clear at the top of the group. And Carl Wilson is not relenting on
Carl
Wednesday.
Wilson.
The man who's had the perfect debut campaign so far is continuing it into his third day and now has this Group A race in his hands. He gets the better of Bradley Brooks by 4-0, averaging in excess of 84.5. That's despite missing 7 darts to the double in that contest. Brooks missing 5 of his own. And so it means that Darius Labanauskas, even at this early juncture, is in must-win territory. And he takes on Steve West after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carl Wilson got the better Bradley Brooks by 4-0, averaging 84.5, 4 out of 11 when it came to the doubles. And now he moves 4 points clear at the top of the group. And it's that man, Darius Labanauskas, who is looking to chase him down on this Wednesday. But he's going to have to beat Steve West to keep hold of any realistic ambitions of winning the group. As for Steve, he's looking to get into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. And he's already seen a defeat for Bradley Brooks to kickstart the session to help him out against Labanauskas, the former World Championship quarterfinals final semi-finalist here at the Super Series, losing in the Champions Week Final 4 to Cam Crabtree in Series 7. So for Labanauskas, big game for him. A win here would half the deficit between himself and Carl Wilson at the summit of the group. A defeat could well pay dividends of any chances of him winning it. And once again, you can see Steve West just trying to get some blood pumping through the body. Looks like it's a bit of a chilly morning on stage.
Yeah, I've seen Bradley Brooks blow his hands and kind of insinuate that there is a bit of a chill, and there's a bit of a rub of the green there from Steve West. Crazy part of this game is Steve West started playing some really good stuff yesterday. One of the
100
top performers outside of Darius and Carl. And now with Darius, kind of has to have a full perfect day if he's going to go through.
60.
And Carl will be rooting for Steve West here to do a job on Darius. So that would mean that Carl then gets a little cushion because Darius is the closest
54.
to him. And he doesn't want to go into that game with Darius as almost a shootout. And an
60.
early shootout as well.
Pretty much. Now, it's 1-1 in the meetings between this pair this week. Darius won the game on Monday. Yesterday, Steve West won this game by 4 legs to 1, averaging 96.5%, 50%
100.
on his doubles. So Darius will be put on high alert.
96.
Seeing Steve West's game on Monday, you can just tell like he's just getting better and better. And he did say that he will make it on Saturday. So you'd realize and understand after his first day, he kind of almost not
39.
wrote it off, but I think that he just kind of positioned himself mentally to say that I'm not going to win Group A, but let me make sure that I
55.
play myself into the Saturday game so that I'm not having the same issues that I'm having on opening day on Saturday.
Well, Steve's left himself on the fish. Darius has got the opportunity to
52.
leave it more
Steve, you
makeable, but
require
unable to do so.
170.
And so 170 plays 156 in this first leg. West first go. He's not going to take out the fish. And so what can Laban make of his
45.
big out?
Darius, you require 156.
One thing to note, though, when it is cold and there is a chill, your body obviously tends to tense up. And to play darts, you actually have to be relaxed, which
44.
is
Steve, you
a
require
challenge
125.
for Steve at the moment, but certainly settling a lot easier. Will he stay there? That's a good dart. He's going to step to the right and a showpiece finish.
Game shot the first leg.
Simply
Steve
the West. Throwing it.
Second leg, it's
Even
Darius
though
to throw first.
the conditions
Game
are
on.
arctic in the room. Steve West hotting it up on the board there with the 25. The bull 25 bull.
140.
We do like to see these showpiece shots. And we know that he does love the bullseye.
In these glacial conditions, West has found a
85.
mint dart into the polo bed of the board. Ice in his veins.
$131.
How cool is he? Look at this. Could that have just spurred him on now? And we've seen that yesterday. He done a similar
83.
shot where he stepped to the far right, 2 dots, blocking the double 16, landed it, looked straight up to us here in the commentary booth just to, did you see that, boys? And those kind of shots generally spur them on, but it's Darius
180.
Labanauskas now that has woken up. Steve West lingering on 3-3-3.
22.
That
Darius
180
requires 50.
gives Darius a solid chance, but after 9 darts, which was a solid start to these hold of throw, and
Game shot in the second leg.
11
Darius
darts there for
Labanauskas.
Darius. 180, 131,
Third leg, it's
140,
Steve
and
to
a
throw
50.
first. Game on.
Important thing about that is Darius wasn't at the races in the first opening leg, but Darius does what he does. He looks at it and goes, I'm going to let you run. See,
100.
let me settle, and when I settle, I'll crush you. So it's almost Anaconda-esque. I'll wait on my prey to kind of just think that they got me, and then I'll crush them.
And he's looking to restrict the lead
60.
that Carl Wilson has at the top of the table. Win here for Darius. 2 points will be the gap between the top two after the end of the first round's play. And remember, they meet at around about 12:30 this afternoon in the fourth cycle of matches. Game
26.
Game 11 of the afternoon session. That may well be the deciding factor in terms of this group, although there is plenty of
131.
spoilers. Steve West has to play Carl in his next match, and of course he can beat Darius here. And then Neil Duff, you'd sense, we haven't seen him yet, but
80.
you feel like at some point he's going to come good, and you also feel like Bradley won't play as bad for the rest of the day as he did in game 1 against Carl. So it may look as if Carl Wilson has it in his hands right now, but it
100.
may not be as simple as that.
100.
Steve West not finding his range. Still searching. You can see that they still just stretching, rubbing, blowing, all of those things just to kind of heat up
100.
so he can relax. But Darius, yeah, just robotic in nature. So measured, so composed.
57. Darius
Everything
require
happening around him,
106.
he's not getting involved. He's staying, just doing what Darius does. And as we see here, solid 16 for the double tops.
70. Stevie
Clips the
require
wire, and so West looking
138.
for another ton plus out to put himself 2 onto the good. But the 138 isn't going to join the 125, and so Labanauskas has a
98.
break opportunity and
Darius
to
require
lead this match
40.
for the first time. Free in hand at double top.
Game shot in the
What
third.
a
there.
dart, you can just tell.
Darius Labanauskas.
Darius is here. It's business.
Fourth leg, it's
For him,
Darius.
and that's
to
a
throw
big
first.
break as well.
Game on.
Now Darius with Steve West not settling yet. And blowing both hands as well. It must be extremely, extremely cold on that stage. Normally players have hand
100.
warmers, but I don't think anybody expected to be in Arctic weather here.
Well, it's cold weather completely against the grain. Look, it's the middle of September.
55.
So we're kind of towards the end of the summer, the beginning of the autumn, so the weather's usually okay. And the weather conditions over the last couple of days haven't really dictated that any kind of need for something like that is necessary. However, we're going to see Neil Duff against Niels van Zanten in the third game of the morning session. When he was warming up this morning on stage, and the players had the opportunity just to have a few minutes to have a practice on there,
100.
he was wearing an undergarment.
You mean a blouse?
As in for his work, yeah. Well, something basically. He's wearing one of those sports t-shirts that footballers wear.
Second
Yeah,
skin.
that's it.
Threw you there with a blouse comment, didn't I? Yeah, but players know
96.
exactly what they need to perform.
Darius, you require 121.
And I think that just unprepared this morning for this morning chill has cost Bradley Brooks a game. It looks like it
59.
could cost Steve West as well.
Well, after going 1-0 up in the game, it's all been about the Lithuanian, and the
85.
frustration is beginning to boil over
Darius, you require
for
62.
Steve, who's left himself on 165 because of that errant slip into the single 5. Labanauskas 62 to open up a 3-1 lead, double 16. And now up for double 8.
46.
Has got time on his side, and he's going to need to utilise it.
And I think both the Carl against Bradley, he had time every time he had a shot and there was a
133.
miss, so there was no
Darius, you
pressure.
require
Darius
16.
is giving himself that same opportunity against Steve West. Steve West generally finding a big score just before Darius kind of checks out, but that could be a pressure shot from Steve there. And Darius,
No score.
uncharacteristic with a miss.
Steve, you require
6 starts
32.
gone a begging, and now Steve can level proceedings, and he
Game shot on the
does.
fourth leg. Steve West.
Steve doesn't know where it's come from. You can tell with the shake of the head, but Steve West hasn't
Fifth leg,
played
it's Steve
his
to throw
ultimate
first.
best,
Game on.
but still in this match. And that's how quick it can turn. The pendulum can swing.
Well, this game's been dictated by
45.
one stat and one stat only, and that's been the double. Steve West 2 from 2. Darius Labanauskas 2 from 9. He's had opportunities, probably opportunity to win this game by this point, but has been unable to fully take advantage of his opportunities
40.
Oh,
at the outer ring.
And you can tell that it just has an almost feeling of it will creep.
95.
It can creep into your game when you miss opportunities like that, because what should have been happening now is Darius should be 3-1 up, comfortable, cruising, and Steve West stressing about whether he's going to lose 4-1 or 4-2.
140.
Now the game has changed over, and Steve West in a strong point, and we can just find his first start range.
26.
He could really steal this game away from Darius.
How quickly this best of 7 format can change, but it also shows the susceptibility of the Super Series format only being
100.
first to 4. You can feel comfortable at one point, but if a player finds a couple of legs burst, the game and the complexion of a game
55.
completely changes. And Steve's had an opportunity to put his nose in front again at 3-2 because of the scoring power, which seemingly had deserted Darius, but he's began to find his radar again and is very much threatening the break of throw.
100.
1-2-1 after 12. West can do nothing about it.
$43.
West stole the throw
Darius, you
there with
require
misses from
121.
Darius, but also put in a great score just before setting up the 32.
$97.
Darius with a great setup here, but what you understand that his finishing hasn't been so strong this morning. So you look at Steve West looking at the opportunity that if I put him under pressure, I might have a shot.
23.
And that's kind of been
Darius, you require 24.
the game plan of Steve West.
Double 6 in the master plan for Labanauskas. That's
18.
now 2
Steve, you
from
require
12 on the
114.
doubles, and West is going to get another opportunity at a ton plus out. This time the 114, and he is going to get a dart, providing he stays straight. So double top, just about in, and that just
74.
over.
Darius, you require 6.
Will he go for the trapdoor? He looks straight at it.
Game
Gets
shot
it
on the
double.
fifth leg.
And we see the
Darius Labanauskas.
exaggeration there on the pose on the as he checks out. But
Sixth leg,
Steve
it's
West
Darius to
carving
throw
out
first.
great opportunities.
Game on.
And almost survival scoring at the end. And I think that if he can get that to the earlier part of his game, he'll get more opportunities because Darius doesn't seem as sharp on his closing this
125.
morning as he was the first opening 2 days. But you do know that this man is so reliable.
55.
And the games are running away quickly from Steve West as well.
Well, this would be good news for Bradley Brooks because it would mean that West would stay on 10 points if
83.
Darius could win this match. Also, he'll get a couple of legs jump in terms of the legs difference. And for Bradley as well, you'll see Steve take on Carl Wilson in his next match. And so he's hoping that a lot of damage could be done early and he can rectify his early
180.
defeat. However, all may not be as it seems as West hits his first maximum of the game.
$60.
Is there another twist in this game, Henry? With that 180 there, Steve West seems to be in a
44.
moving up and down there. Owen Binks has spoken about the 266, 306, 271, all of those checkouts on his TikTok. And you understand is that board management that's so
63.
important. Steve West is opting to start on the 19. But now Laban is on the
95.
big fish. We've not seen it this week
Darius,
yet.
you require 170.
Be some time to net it. If his first one of the day and to cut the gap to Carl Wilson in half. It's not going to go. And so Steve West, having already taken out the 125, he's looking to take
100.
out the 127. And he
require
probably needs to
127.
get it to save the game.
Another chance for Steve, yeah. Oh, 88 to steal it.
Game
What
shot
a
the sixth
shot
leg.
from Steve
Steve
West.
West.
He's improved on that 125 that we saw early on.
Seventh and final leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Hasn't been the greatest scoring game for him, Steve, but he's certainly finding ways to carve out opportunities in the back end of the legs. And Darius missing on
41.
doubles and maybe having a slip in a throw is allowing Steve West in. And I mean, to his credit though, the great shot, great pressure. And from a player that's really not playing well in this game, to have that kind of
85.
presence of mind that I'm going to get a shot. And he's had a dart at every one of them. It's massive. So Darius won't feel comfortable on that stage at all with Steve doing those
95.
things. And him knowing that his doubling is not that great.
It's amazing what a lack of confidence of one man and a confidence of another can do to basically stretch a game away, particularly at a pivotal point.
140.
Labanauskas just doing what Labanauskas does, scoring to a fair degree, forcing Steve to play almost no mistake darts from here on in. And that
61.
is a mistake, and that means that Labanauskas against the throw has taken it. And now effectively can ride off into the sunset in this deciding leg. What do you give for another?
100.
Not to be, but you'll feel it's okay. You'll feel like you'll have 6 upon his return unless West can find a couple of big trebles.
134.
And just like that, Steve West carves out another opportunity. Darius will only be left on being able to set this up now. Steve West seemed out of the leg there with that
100.
61.
Steve, you require 107.
How he would love to end on the big fish. It's not going to happen.
And so
60.
Labanauskas, who has had to stave off
Darius
the Steve
requires
West onslaught,
76.
should from here get at least a match dart to win this match. He's going to get 2 in hand, a double 8. He only needs the 1. It's a 14-darter in the decider for Darius Labanauskas to get the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 3 and to put him within a couple of points of Carl Wilson at the top of the table. This is how he's done so with an average of 89.43, 4 from 14 on the doubles. That's despite Steve taking out 2 ton pluses in that particular match. Game 3 sees Neil Duff and Niels van Zanten go toe-to-toe.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darius Labanauskas got the better of Steve West in a last leg decider. It means he's now within 2 points of Carl Wilson at the top of the table. Everything's as it was pretty much with the top 4 positions. But what Neil Duff could do here with a win against Niels van Zanten and the meeting between the bottom 2 is put himself within a couple of Bradley and Steve in that race for Group B. Well, Niels van Zanten on debut here this week, the Dutchman who won 2 matches on Monday. Yesterday didn't quite work out for him, up against Neil Duff, who you can see there playing with Underlayer, the 52-year-old from Ballyclare in Northern Ireland, the former WDF World Champion, the first ever WDF World Champion. And this is the time of the week where he really does begin to make his move. He likes to peak at the right time, and so Wednesdays can be the day where he really does begin to move through the gears, and Thursday and Friday I'd expect a different version. We'd all expect a different version of the Duff man. He takes on Niels in the opening game of each other's days.
Game on.
A match which at times this week has been a little bit frosty, a little bit like the conditions on stage seem to be, according to Neil.
Yeah, Niels has been a
83.
A different character, certainly. But a good dart player and fully deserved his spot. Yesterday, looked like a fish out of water, just not getting anything going. Finishing wasn't really up to standard, and one of the only players in this group to actually regress from his opening day heroics. Saw him in the mix a bit.
85.
With a few wins. But these days can get away from you very quickly as soon as players start to pick up form.
85.
And Neil Duff really wants to pick up form. As you said, I mean, it's not seen a lot of Neil and his expertise, and just a real successful player. I mean, himself
45.
and Steve West holding the record for the most titles so far. If you do include the double trouble one as well, that is one as an individual. He's not been
100.
at the races this week.
I wonder what, in hindsight, Neil will make of the decision to play 3 weeks in a row. Now, he was offered week 1 of the new series on top of playing double start, on top of playing, obviously, the Champions Week, which he qualified for. Will he maybe look back at it and feel possibly towards the end? Because he's played 2 very intense weeks. Champions Week has its own pressure. Double Trouble was a title he was retaining, that maybe at this point he is just drawing on whatever he's got left in the tank.
Yeah, it's been constant darting action for him, and I don't know if it is because of
130.
Because of all of the darts, and he probably thought he's playing at really good level at the moment, so let me make sure that I stay in this and just capitalize. But it's gone, just hasn't gone to plan for Neil, and we see Neil's here with their 130, carving out an opportunity on the 111. Needs 92 now, goes upstairs. Now needs to go to the left of the board on the 32.
95.
That miss opens up the door for Neil Duff on the 90.
May just be a dart at the bullseye. In fact, it's going to be 2 at double 15. First dart guide or not?
75.
Not is the answer, and no is the answer to Neil Duff's break opportunity in leg 1.
Neil, you require 16.
It's important, though, to have those opportunities, especially if it's against the throw. It's putting the player under some pressure. Who he needs to shift to the right side on the double 4.
8.
And he's chasing doubles
50.
like a rabbit. Neil now has to now split the 15. Goes for the 7, so he needs double 4 now. Niels wasn't able to do it, but will Neil do it?
7.
Double trouble game here.
Neil, you
Both players playing 4
8.
darts at a double and 0% on a checkout.
Who's going to get over the line? Double 2 for Niels. Madhouse
Game
salvages it with the last
Niels van
dart in
Zanten.
hand. Van Zanten, a leg 2 the goods.
Second leg
Not
is
often
Neil
do you
to throw
get 24
first.
dart
Game.
holds of throw against a former world champion, but that's exactly what Niels van Zanten has got there. Meetings
55.
this week, like a few of the head-to-heads, to be fair, in this Group A. Level at 1-1. Van Zanten won this meeting on Monday, despite Neil Duff hitting 5 maximums and averaging 96, but the Duff man missed 12 darts at double. Van Zanten was
26.
4 out of 6, and then in yesterday's renewal between this particular pair, it was Neil Duff who ran out a 4-1 winner
95.
in this contest. Wasn't quite as high key an affair as it was on Monday. In fact, there was a lot of missed doubles. Van Zanten missing 14 at the outer ring across 5 legs. Neil Duff getting over the line despite being 4 from 14 on the outer ring.
76. $140.
A 180 and back-to-back 140s can certainly kind of put players in a position.
140.
They just feel like, okay, cool, I've settled down. I'm back in the game. Let me attack it. Because what I felt with Neil's game is he's almost coming into games going, I wonder how I'm going to play in this game. And that's not the confident Neil Duff that we've seen over the past few months here at the Modus series. So, but uncertain because,
99.
and it could be also because of the knocks. The 3 weeks that he's been here, the first Champions Week was tough. He qualified through as through Group A, as we see him finish out the 77. Qualified Group A. Then when he came back, he only picked up 1 leg against Ted and Robert.
Niels to throw first. Game on.
And now he started this week now with exactly with a double trouble, not great as well. And then you look at where we're at right now, it's really, really not been a Neil Duff-esque kind of performance. So I wonder if he goes away a year and he's got all these events as well happening at the back end of the year. Does this hinder his progress?
Well, this is conceivably the last time we see Neil Duff in the Super Series in 2024, because this is the last series of the year. He is in the ADC Championship Tour Finals on the 16th of November here at the Live Lounge. But in terms of this competition,
83.
if he goes out this week, it's probably the last time we're going to see him here, unless he gets a second invitation. And they are very few and far between these days as well. But busy end of the year with the World Seniors. He's got the match play in York, where he's drawn up against a fellow Super Series commentator in Chris Mason. I'm sure that he was overly thrilled to seeing that draw. And then he'll also be playing at the World Masters in Sunderland in November, before then looking to pick up a second Lakeside title in December. So plenty for Neil to play
41.
for. But it may well be the last time we see him in this building, in this competition anyway, in the year of 2024.
Niels will feel like Neil Duff is
134.
there for the taking. Neil had a great game against him. I think it was on Monday.
137.
And with that
Niels
great game,
144.
Neil still managed to steal the game. So that might linger as well in his head. Yesterday, Neil Duff had a victory over him. But Niels has other
83.
Niels has other ideas today.
140.
Duff isn't going to take out the 140s, so Van Zanten is going to get an opportunity to put himself 2-1 to the good in this contest.
100.
And he's going to have to take this 61 out, because Duff is sat on tops. And he's only going to get 1 dart in his hand. He's got 44 left. And so double 14 is what's left. 1 dart and an unfavourable double, and he looks like he looks very nervous, doesn't he?
33.
Very nervous.
Now you require 40.
Neil now with a footy, and this could be the breaker throw, and
Game shot
give
in
him
the
some
third
cushion.
leg. Neil Duff.
Neil ripping the darts out there, certainly not happy.
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw first.
This could
Game.
be what sparks the Neil Duff performance of the day here. This could reignite that
140.
Duff magic. And we've been waiting to see it all day, and I think that there's a slight
55.
possibility that Neil has to probably manage his performances as well. He doesn't have to give it all today, but just make sure that that arm is in the right position for the next coming 2
83.
days.
Well, you can almost look at this. Both players really can look at this as a free practice session that they're getting paid for, and they're getting to play in front of the cameras. Today is all about just
78.
getting things right in a match environment without a pressure of having to win something there. Of course, they want to win, but they've not got the pressure attached to them like
84.
Carl and Darius do. And Neil Duff will be the type of player that no matter what group he's placed in, he will fancy his chances of getting out of it.
125.
It's 1 a week from every single group position, so he knows
54.
how to get it done in every single way, in every single facet. He'll leave himself on 140 to move himself 3-1 up.
65.
Neil's looking quite
Neil, you
upset
require
there
140.
as it pops out, and just now he has his 140 in 6, so he can set it up.
78.
A great setup, great last start there to salvage a poor start at the throw. Neil's now, so yeah, just a spectator in this leg, but changing his fortunes.
38. Neil, you require
62 now.
62.
Doesn't look as easy as it did before. So Neil will only have 1 dart at the tops. And that's 1
Game
dart
shot
that he'll
the fourth
need,
leg.
and it's the only dart he
Neil
needs
Duff.
for the 62. Neil's there, put some real
Fifth leg, it's
pressure on
Neil
the
to throw
62.
first. Game on.
Neil Duff certainly not as pleased, but fair enough. He's got a beautiful shirt on, though.
Yeah, Neil 3-1 to the good, wearing one of his
48.
trademark shirts, adorned in the red, white and blue on this Wednesday morning.
66.
Might not feel the part, but definitely looks the part. I'm not a big fan of that blouse he has under it, but each to his own.
$30.
Neil's so animated every time he's the dart's not going the way. You can tell by the frustration on his face, the frown continuously.
41.
And Neil Duff just going through the motions now, leading 3-1 and looking to take the game away from Neil's. Just find something.
Can it almost be as simple as the
43.
fact that Neil was wearing just a normal shirt from his manufacturer on Monday and Tuesday? The fact he's wearing his own shirt today. Can it be as silly and as simple as wearing something that's your own can almost bring you up in a different way
58.
compared to some of the garment he's wearing the last few days? You know how darts can be such a psychological sport at times.
And I think that you're right there, is because you're preparing
58.
on those generic shirts that he's wearing, his name's not on there, his star's not on there, it's not his favorite colors maybe.
58.
When he was preparing, just looking at that, just reminding himself who you are. I'm Neil Duff, the world champion. That can have a lot of impact on your performance, and you can also go maybe some walking down memory lane as you be preparing or putting on the shirt and just remembering the success he had.
140.
Looking for positives from every single angle, and this is what Neil Duff has done. Carved out an opportunity here to dispatch Neil's very early.
120. Neil, you're 138.
138 now will certainly put him in the good start for the morning.
98.
He's left himself on top. Sneal's not on a finish, and so the Duff man with the double that won him that lakeside title against Thibaut Tuchel in 2022
109.
has
Now we
got that
require
tops
40.
to still a 4-1 success.
Game
And he
shot
makes no
and the
mistake.
match.
And Neil Duff
Neil
now
Duff.
moves to within a couple of points of Bradley Brooks and Steve West in that race for third place in this Group A. And that would give him an opportunity to play the night session where it's 3 from 5 that go through. This is how he's beaten Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 1, doing so with an average in excess of 84. 4 from 8, 50% when it's come to his doubling. It was a decent enough display to kickstart for Neil Duff. He'll feel there's a couple of gears to go, but he'll be pleased enough with the opening. And that's the end of the opening round's worth of fixtures. Coming up after the break is Carl Wilson in action, and he takes on Steve West.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West. Zant takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
That the story of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in Series 8 when Marvin Van Velzen lifted the crown here at the Modus Super Series. Champions Night in Series 9, if you want a head start, is on Saturday, December the 7th. And that is available to watch here on the Super Series YouTube channel. You can actually be here for Champions Night. We'll tell you more about that in just a second. The end of the first round of fixtures saw Neil Duff get a bit of Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 1 before the break. And so game 4 of our session sees Carl Wilson in action up against Steve West. Wilson, who can move on to 20 points in the group, once again open up a 4-point lead on Darius Labanauskas at the top of the pile. Up against Steve, who for him, if he can win this game for the first time today, he can leapfrog Bradley Brooks into third spot, and that would be a Group B position. I feel like this will be a fairly good game played in a fairly good spirit. But for Carl, again, another test on this oh so pivotal and vital day for him. We did mention how Champions Night is an occasion Steve West was a part of last time, and with swashbuckling darts such as that, he lost out in the semi-finals to Jimmy Van Schie, giving up a 3-1 lead in that match. Actually, the biggest
100.
lead has ever been attained in a Champions Night knockout match that has then been relinquished. And he'll be hoping to be back there again at a Champions Night, and you could join us on a Champions Night, or indeed any Saturday evening in Series 9. Scan that QR code. It takes you to a website called dartshop.tv, where for just a £2 booking fee, you can join us each and every single Saturday night. Now, on November the 9th and the 16th, there is a double session day, so you get double bubble, £2 admission for 2 sessions of darts for the Women's ADC and the Men's ADC Championship Tour Finals. The women's on the 9th, the men's on the 16th. They both start at 12:30. The evening session for the main finals will be as normal at 7:30.
132.
Earlier on today, we saw Steve West go bull 25 bull. But he's not going to take out the champagne shot, and so Wilson should get a dart here from 75 to take out the opening leg.
Big dart miss there from
Stevie require
Wilson. And this could open up the door early. Steve West was the only man to beat him yesterday. This would require a killer blow.
60.
Underwire. And just giving Carl Wilson an opportunity. And this is what the top of the league can do for you. And a player that's been playing really well.
Shot on the first leg.
Opportunities like that, players kind of think of you as a player. They think of your performances. They think of the pressure that you're going to put them under with the scoring, even before you've done it. And Steve West knew that that was a massive moment. Just kind of fluffed his lines as Carl missed the big number. It's a big game, this, for Carl. This will just stretch him out even further. And you look at the games that
60
that lies ahead. The more games Carl is playing, it's obviously getting closer and closer to that top, but it closes the gap for mistakes that can be made, and I think a lot of players are going to make a lot of mistakes against him and give him that opportunity, and
60
could just be that luck's on his side today.
Sometimes being good's great, but being lucky's even better. And I don't mean that in a way that Carl needs luck, but sometimes it does just give a sigh of relief if you're playing well and the opponents you're up against aren't quite at your level.
And yeah, we could see a max land there as the last dart pummels the treble 20, and it's been really solid on that. Treble 20, it's the reason why. And you can tell the frustration continues for Steve West.
41.
He's played Darius his first game, second on the log here, and Carl Wilson finding it quite easy to manage around that treble 20s. And after 12, vintage Carl Wilson finds himself on a 2-dot checkout again.
Putting himself in position, but Steve West doing something quite similar.
62.
This for the breaker throw, and if he can find this, he has full control of this match. He hasn't dropped a leg so far today. He beat Bradley Brooks by 4 legs to 0, and he's had a dart there to go 2-0 to the good against Steve West.
West now needs double 10. Races up to double 5, and he's done this before, but
64.
Floats the dart over the top, and Carl Wilson now could have easily seen himself 2-0 down, but will he be 2-0 up?
Lovely guide. Cannot utilise it. 2 8s.
24. Steve, you require 10.
1 from 5 now on the doubles. He's missed 4 to win this second leg. Is he going to get more opportunities? Because West himself having trouble on the doubles. He elects for the madhouse.
No score.
And he drags it low.
8.
And so Wilson getting a reprieve. Double 2.
Game shot.
Double 2 has been a target which has given him so much joy today. He found it a few times against Bradley Brooks. He's found it there. He leads 2-0. And Steve West can do nothing more than shake his head.
60.
Carl now with a 2-0. And the result could have been easily flicked around to Steve West. And when you're playing well,
129.
you get the rub of the green. Carl's certainly done that. Through 180 in that match as well. Steve West does what Steve West does is that back end. And then that's
83.
That's a great characteristic to have because you're never out of a leg. Even when a player sets up on a 2-dot finish and you can chuck in a big one, you just make him
59.
think of it.
What must be whirling through the mind of Carl Wilson? You can only be human at this present moment in time to think about the position that he's in. This has been something he's dreamed of. It's a program that he watches a fair bit. He actually fulfilled a bit of a career ambition yesterday by doing the Bullseye Challenge. It's actually apparently
99.
The Bullseye Challenge is now something that counties do as a warm-up preparation. Bullseye Challenge very much here to stay for Series 9.
I do feel like that is a great warm-up just to get players on the stage and just kind of getting familiar with the surroundings and the lights and also that feeling on the stage when you're a bit under pressure. It's not massive pressure, but it's literally
60.
different
Steve
from
records
practicing
76.
because it's throwing with intent. And you see Steve West here with a clear 76 and can break the Carl Wilson throw here. Oh, and he finds the 5. It's not going for Steve West this morning. What a dagger this would be. Not to be, but he's going to leave it handy.
81.
And it could have been more handy there, but now he has to burn a dart. But Steve West poised on 35. Can he find double 8 now?
27. Carly required 59.
0 from 8 on the double, Steve West. And once again, Carl Wilson can step in, but once again, Carl Wilson misses a big number. It's tops. It's 1 dart in hand.
Game show
and it's only the 1 dart he needs to move himself 3-0 to the good. He has played 7 legs today. He has won all 7 legs. He could be on the cusp of back-to-back 4-0 wins. And Steve West, who has missed 8 darts at a double in this game, is having a Wednesday filled with anguish and frustration, and that visit a personification of that.
It's a wacky Wednesday for West.
49.
As he can't find anything, no rhythm at all. That first dart just, and that's the thing with Steve West. He loves and breathes that first dart. If that's in the treble or 55. Anywhere close, he can use it. But what he has been doing is it's the wayward darts that's killing him and crushing him, making him more animated. So he's not focusing solely 85. On just throwing, but that negative almost focus that you can see that every throw is thought about. And
41.
The best way, and probably the worst one to say this, but the best way to throw your darts is not have a thoughts at all.
180.
Well, Steve West may well have a lot to ponder in a few moments' time because Wilson with that max leaves himself
78.
On the brink of another whitewash win. His second in succession. Not just will it move him back 4 points clear of Darius Labanauskas, but he is going to put a sizable chunk 89. On the legs difference too. If he wins this 4-0, he'll be on plus 23 compared to the plus 11 of Darius on that particular 45. Metric. And he is 98 points away 98. With 6 darts in hand to do exactly that. Double 19. Decides to split.
66.
He is going to return for double 16 upon his next visit.
Steve West, yeah, not even close.
38.
Opting there to set up on the 170, but 3 darts for Carl Wilson, yeah. To shut the game up. Another 4-0 victory for Carl Wilson. Really showed some grit and some opportunities given there by Steve West in the opening game. Look at how Carl Wilson won there with an 81 average. and Steve West 4-0. With Steve not being at the races, check out percentages. Nothing to write home about for Steve West at all. See the next game, Neil Duff versus Bradley Brooks.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carl Wilson got the better of Steve West by 4-0. That means 2 wins from 2 for the man from Tunbridge Wells without dropping a leg so far. He's 4 points clear of Darius Labanauskas at the top of the group. Game number 5 sees Bradley Brooks and Neil Duff go toe-to-toe. Henry Deacon in the company of Devon Peterson in the commentary box on this Wednesday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to see how the action unfolds. And as far as this game is concerned, Neil Duff can put himself onto 10 points. It means there'll be 3 players left on that mark after 12 rounds of fixtures. Brooks in third, West in fourth, Duff in fifth. But there could be a real compelling race to the line in that particular race if this man in your picture can pick up the points here.
Both players in a similar spot here. Both players not happy with how they're playing. And I think that it's going to be an opportunity for Bradley Brooks to kind of stretch his muscles a bit. Yeah, and just kind of find a bit of an opportunity. Neil hasn't been at the races for most of this week, so he's maybe the kind of player Bradley needs to compete against. It'll also spur Bradley on. And I also think that Neil will know that Bradley's not in a great space, so he'll look to kind of go 2 from 2 this morning.
Both players in exactly the same space, getting Group B at all costs. And from that point onwards, I think when they go into their next group, I think you'll see better versions of both players, particularly whoever gets into Group B, because Darius is going to be there. He's not mathematically out of being placed in the Group C, but it'd be very unlikely. He's got ambitions further forward, him and Carl Wilson. Duff 1-6-1, and 6 starts from here on throw to take out the opening leg of this match.
80.
He's himself 81 after 12. Decent first leg. And again, Bradley falling foul, falling victim of the slow start to a match.
And the 180 rescues it.
181.
As Henry gets an opposite response, but 81 here, 24 needed.
Game shot on the first.
No mess,
Neil Duff.
no frills, no fuss from Neil Duff. As he checks out there that 81, and Bradley would certainly find some positivity from that 180 that he just threw to set him up and put the pressure on Neil Duff.
42.
Neil will feel real confidence in that game, really. A game that he sees him play a bit
45.
like we know how Neil can play.
We do see, don't we, with players like Neil and with Bradley to a certain extent.
140.
Just takes one game just to click them into gear, and if they can find that one real spurt of performance, it can actually spur them on for the rest of a session.
140.
Neil is really, really beginning to find his groove.
John Part's most famous advice to me, right? I remember playing in the European, and I said, how do you become a world champ?
59.
Or what is it that makes you become a world champ? He says, it's just 1-5-1. That literally changes everything. And you realize exactly what you just said there. It's
100.
That 1-5-1. It could be this 5-1. It could be the next 5-1. And you have to have that positivity, that mental understanding that if your previous 5-1 was bad, it could be this 5-1 that changes everything. And that's what we've seen from Neil Duff is that opening leg, that 5-1 could be the one that flips it all around.
100.
Oh, Duff's left himself a 116 after 12, averaging in excess of 102. Bradley's playing
140.
better than he did in his match against
160.
Carl Wilson, but he's yet to pick up a leg so far today. Can he just shuffle across? And if he found that job at 19, he would have had a poke at the bullseye. And so Brooks should,
43. Bradley
via all
80.
stay straight, get a dart to win this first leg. 25 bull or treble 17 double 12? Options.
55. Neil, you require 73.
And that was an opportunity gone there. Now Neil will have at least one dart to double tops. He only needs one dart.
Neil Duff.
So far, Neil is 2 from 2. Really?
Third leg, it's Neil to
spurting
throw
on an
first.
average,
Game on.
respectable 93. Bradley Brooks not playing bad as well in the 89 area, but it's all Neil Duff. It's the Duff man
140.
really turning up.
Duff is playing his best stuff right now, and Bradley Brooks has no answer.
81.
I almost feel to a certain extent that Neil Duff maybe was forgotten a little bit as a Group B contender at the beginning of play this morning. We're talking about Carl and Darius as the top two, and almost Bradley and Steve as a
44.
race for third place between just the two. Neil Duff kind of wasn't spoken about in those circles. Well, we may have to change that in a few moments' time because he's playing superbly well, averaging a ton. And you sense here on the balance of play, the way that Bradley's playing, the way Neil's playing, on the cusp of 2 wins from 2.
134. Now we reckon 136.
The 136 does not have to go, but just leaving it handy after 12 darts, can you leave it on 36?
60.
76 is not a bad shot. We've seen him be really accurate on his outer ring this morning, but Bradley, every bad throw, there's a shake of the head or a smile or a grimace, and
62.
that animation does not
76.
bode for positivity in the game. Neil Duff now 1 dot in hand.
36.
First time he's missed in this game, but Bradley Brooks has not pressured the shot. And is it a little too late for Bradley now?
That's the worst possible second dart for him because he would have liked to have hit the treble with dart 2 to then move across to the 12s, and so
100.
has to
Neil, you
persevere for
require
tops,
40.
which is what Neil's got for a 3-0 lead.
Game
In it
on the third
goes.
leg.
No messing
Neil
about.
Duff.
Duff 3 up. And I'm going to be a little bit of a hypocrite here,
Fourth leg, it's
Devon,
Bradley to throw first.
in the respect
Game.
that we've been speaking the first couple of days about how Bradley channeled his anger. I think part of the issue this morning is we haven't seen a flicker of emotion. Until there.
180.
I think it's more. He is an aggressive player, and you've mentioned it in the game of Neil Duff
45.
and Niels van Zant, and his players might come out today because they know that Darius and Carl is running so far ahead. They're looking at only practice and
121.
position. Position for Group A and Group B and Group C, and the practice just to get in, and maybe that's just made them a
60.
bit more relaxed.
Well, this has been a much improved leg. But does have to work on this issue
100.
with darts going in low. But covers well with dart 3. That was a really good find when you consider probably wasn't much that he could have seen of that. And that's a
65.
hefty deflection straight
Bradley
down the middle of the
require
hockey.
100 for Bradley. Seen him take this out before. Will he go tops? 48, 32.
Game
What a
shot.
shot.
Fourth leg. Bradley Brooks.
It's a great hold of throw, but it
Fifth leg
might
is Neil to
seem
throw
like
first.
a little bit
Game.
too late for Bradley, but he'll see some positives in that. One of the difficult shots on the board.
60.
Normally, players opt for the top stops because you stay in that, but now shifting the target. First start, that late release is not going to be
58.
great for him. That all comes from fatigue, comes from prep, just practice. As we see Neil Duff here,
140.
punishing that trebles, the treble 20. Bradley just persisting with a late release, and not that he wants to, but when he figures it out, he finds that treble
121.
20s.
Improving as the game goes along, but is it a case of too late for the
140.
Blackburn darting rover?
You feel as though,
58.
as a dart
Now we
player, you
require
just need a
161.
coach in the corner just saying, you're releasing a bit too late, just change it up. Because as a player, you can't really see what we see.
55.
You kind of sometimes just wish there was like a little earphone and just going, maybe just lift it a bit higher.
21.
I wonder if that's ever
Now we
going to be a
require
thing.
106.
For the match, 17. Bullseye if he wants it. Bullseye he went
81.
for, but bullseye he couldn't find. And so for Bradley Brooks, this has been a disastrous start to the day. Is
77.
possible a
Now we require
4-0
25.
defeat. Looks like it's going to be followed up by a 4-1 defeat. 1 for double 12. As for Neil Duff,
shot
starts
out of
couldn't get much
match.
better. Back-to-back
Neil
4-1
Duff.
victories puts him into third place, puts him into a Group B position. And if the truth be told at the beginning of the day, that was a quantity that some may have thought was on the periphery, but after 2 rounds of matches, Neil Duff has shoehorned Bradley Brooks and Steve West out of that race, doing so with a 4-1 win, averaging a shade under 87, 4 out of 7 on his doubles. As for Bradley Brooks, well, work to do. 1 leg from 2 matches thus far. Coming up after the break, Darius Labanauskas takes on Niels van Zanten.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish a 12 dart leg
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas.
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas. Game shot.
Josh Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanauskas.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanauskas.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Game 6 of the morning sees Darius Labanauskas and Niels van Zanten go toe-to-toe on the Super Series stage. Before the break, Neil Duff got the better Bradley Brooks by 4 legs to 1. He moves up to P3, but we're very much looking at the race to see who wins the group now, because we're going to see Darius Labanauskas here against Niels van Zanten, and then following that, Carl Wilson will be in action up against Neil Duff. So an interesting couple of games in that race to win the group.
First
Remember,
leg,
Carl
it's
has a
Darius
4-point
the
lead going
first.
into this game, but that
Game
can
on.
be cut in half to 2 if Darius can get the job done against the Dutchman Niels van Zanten.
You feel as though as we tick through the rounds, it's all up to Darius and a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Because if he slips up, it means that he's 1 game away from not qualifying.
83.
And he wants to make sure that when he gets to 12:30, he wants to be in a similar position so that he can actually fight till the end.
Well, every
60.
single game for Darius will have a feeling of a knockout match about now, because if he loses, his chances realistically are going to be over. And particularly when you're playing the bottom few players in the group, they'll be seen as big slip-ups if you lose those
60.
matches. And without disrespect here to Niels van Zanten, if Darius was to lose this game, they would be big points dropped.
It was 2-0 behind
60.
yesterday against Niels, and he just needed to find himself again, because Darius likes to be pushed, and then he focuses. Yesterday Niels did not push him, but he just managed to steal a couple of legs and could have quickly gone to 3-0 as well.
82.
Missed few opportunities. Darius knows exactly what he needs to do. It's like you said, it's a knockout feel. But just looking at the fixture list, next up we're
99.
going to have Carl Wilson versus Neil Duff. Neil has been playing really well, so that could be a bit of a banana skin game for Carl, considering his form this morning.
Yeah, it should be an intriguing match to kickstart the middle round of fixtures for the day.
45.
Remember, the top player will progress through to Saturday night's final. Second and third will be in Group B, and they'll be joined by Kieran Tian, Richard Rowlands, and Gemma Hayter. Whilst the bottom 3 players will be in Group C, and they'll be joined alongside Charlie Martin, Alex Small, and Scott Marsh, the Martian, returning to the Super Series stage. Extraterrestrially good darts, that from Niels van Zanten.
Require 112.
He's copying exactly what he done yesterday, but Darius here on an opportunity needs to find the treble. Does not, and this gives an opportunity for Niels now to break the Darius Labanauskas throw.
51.
He's left it handy on double 12, or double 6, sorry, but he's just changed ammo there. He was going to go 11, when opted for the 19, shakes it out. And now can he move the 60, this double 16 about?
Game shot on the first leg. Niels van Zanten.
Composure personified there, taking a step back after the 19. Changed his mind mid-throw.
Niels to throw first.
Darius is contemplating what he has to do right now. Niels there stealing the throw. It's important that he holds the throw to really make a big impact.
Well, that would have been music to the ears of Carl Wilson. Okay, it's only one leg on the board, but as this group heads towards its culmination, every small moment will hold extra significance. And also, we've got to remember the legs difference as well, because Carl has a 13-point lead now in that particular graphic because of that first leg for Niels. And the most that could be whittled away and around in terms of a legs difference is 8. And so effectively,
96.
That's a game and a half's worth of legs you need to make up. So that's a 4-0 one way, 4-0 another, and then probably a 4-0 and a 4-1 being made up in another round of fixtures. That's a very, very tough ask. Particularly with Carl still 2-play Niels.
$87.
Monumental moments here for Darius as he's finding himself 3-6-6.
95.
And just not very, not imposing himself on Niels. And I think that Niels is a kind of player that doesn't really care who he
96.
plays. He just does what he does. If the dart lands, he's almost nonchalant in his approach. That is opting now for the
33. Now we should require 126.
treble 19, and the 126 is the same offering. Niels now has to find one treble 19. Finds it. This is a bullseye. Does not take a step back.
101.
Goes for it regardless. Big shot now from Darius needed to break the Niels van Zanten throw.
But the 138 isn't going to be gobbled up by Lucky D, and so Van Zanten will return for the 25 to double his advantage, and just like in yesterday's encounter, open up a 2-0 lead against the Lithuanian. This would be damaging in more ways than one. And that single one leaves double 12. In it goes, 2-0 Van Zanten. And suddenly things are looking very rosy for Carl Wilson.
The leg, it's Darius to throw first. Game on.
It's identical to yesterday's game. 2-0 down to Darius, and he went 4 on the trot. But yesterday was
94.
Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. And he's jostling for a spot at the very top. So the pressures are different. And that will mean how you actually go through the thoughts, the composure. And you're just seeing Niels just playing a lot better than the standard he's shown.
So he's just a bit more relaxed in this game against Darius in comparison to maybe the games we've seen him play against the
100.
likes of Neil Duff and Steve West, where on day 1 or 2 there was a bit of an edge in those matches.
Yeah, it can linger. It can have a different effect on your psyche as well. If you know there's been an incident with a specific player, or
140.
they're not saying there was, but we're saying that there was some antics on the stage. And Niels was advised not to continue in that fashion.
140.
But Darius now changing the way in which he's started this match, and it's crazy how identical this was from yesterday. That's a little bit of a flyer. And another one.
91.
Sets it up on the big fish, but a great drop down.
167.
Both players on big numbers here. 167, the second highest outshot on the board. Darius won't have a shot. Will we see the man with a fish on his
59.
back catch the fish?
Nails your require
Can Niels van
170.
Zanten reel it in? And if so, reel Darius Labanauskas in. And if he did take that out, then Darius Labanauskas would have been like newspaper on a fish and
58.
chips. It would have been yesterday's
Darius
news.
require 100.
His chances of winning this group.
Darius now simple. Needs the double 16 now. Steps back. The ever composed.
On the third leg.
And you see there
Darius
the first bump.
Labanauskas.
Knowing that such an important win
Fourth leg, it's
there.
Niels to throw first. Game on.
Even though it's on his throw, so important because he knows exactly that he can come back from this. He's done it before. Lucky D needs no luck.
Might be lucky when you could be
100.
good. But Niels van Zanten has been playing good in this game. It's been an improvement level, kind of going back to the sort of numbers that we saw from him on Monday. Yesterday was a
100.
bitter disappointment for the Dutchman. Following that first game against Neil Duff, which you could probably take with a bit of a pinch of salt when you consider the couple of games they've had between one another early on in the week. There was just a little bit of a worry for the rest of the day, but he's recovered well here,
96.
playing well here, and putting Darius Labanauskas in a bit of a log jam.
$57.
Darius hasn't exactly deviated too far below his mean level. Niels van Zanten has raised his level in this game.
59.
And a lot of players has done that against Darius because you know that you must only beat him. He's not going to lose a game. And when I say that, Darius is
140.
very rare that he just rolls over and continues to have poor form, or his technique does not allow him to do that, which is a strong characteristic to have as a dart player.
92.
Van Zanten first to finish, but Labanauskas, who remember trailed 2-0 in this game like he did yesterday, will feel like he's got an opportunity with 6 darts on 204 to break back and level this game up, but he's
44.
able to
Niels you require 154.
make any hay whilst the sun looked as if it shone down on him in this leg.
Niels keeps the door open, and Darius'
80.
hopes alive.
Darius you require 160.
This 160 you feel has to go, and he is the one man that I feel could take it out. But this is not to be. What kind of pressure will the shot be under?
100.
I think that's some good
Niels, you
pressure
require
there because
74.
Niels van Zanten potentially will only have 1 dart in hand. Might be 2. And again, a step back, stretches, takes a breath, gathers his thoughts, and knows that This could be an important leg. Needs to shift to the right now and over that dart.
42.
Does not swing in and
should require 60.
hopes alive for Darius.
How important a miss is that going to be in this game and possibly in this group? Because Labanauskas has 2 at tops. Now double 10. He thought that was in. He had the hyperextension. But now it's the hypertension. And this game will extend. It's 2-2. And from 2-0 down, Labanauskas has levelled up.
5th leg, it's Darius to throw first.
Continuing in the same vein as yesterday. Niels giving Darius opportunities to come back in the game. 2 darts must stay on double 16 to go 3-1 up, and quickly it's pendulum swing into Darius's favour. Now 2 all and on throw, so pretty much a level game as if we're starting and it's a first to 3.
But the ascendancy is very much in the corner of Labanauskas now. That's the big
60.
difference. You could see at the end of that previous leg, Niels van Zanten cutting a very dejected figure at the back of the stage. Almost as if he knew he had that opportunity there to make it 3-1, and that was the opportunity, because Labanauskas now, like a boa constrictor, is slowly circling around his opponent, ready to pounce.
This just reminded me of the Attenborough thing again yesterday. But like you say, it's just restricting, and knowing that you're in those positions, especially against Darius, you have to take your opportunities.
45.
Any other player, I can say those opportunities will come and go, and you'll have opportunities come again. But against Darius, if you miss that train, it would have left the station and never returned.
And for Labanauskas, forget the midnight train to Texas. It'd be the midnight train to Group B if he cannot get a wriggle on here. But that maximum leads himself on double 18 after 12 to move himself 3-2 to the good. And Niels van Zanten must be thinking it's happening again, because he led Labanauskas yesterday by 2 legs to 0. He squandered that ascendancy, and it looks like he's going to do likewise here today. Darius, double 18. No mistake, a 13 darter to put himself 3-2 to the goods.
6th leg, it's Niels.
This may well be the get out of jail free card being used by the Lithuanian to claw himself back to within a couple of points of Carl Wilson at the top of the table.
And how different this game could have been if one of those 32s landed for Niels. Put him 3-1 up and be throwing for the match now. But Darius Labanauskas has a different idea and a different game plan. Really showing some great stuff. Just ticking over the 90, currently averaging 91.94, and Niels playing above his very best that he has been showing this week. The 86.59, which is
81.
Fantastic. Darius doing, I mean, if you're looking at the stats there, Darius throwing 9-ton pluses, 3 140s and 180s. Not biggest 180 hitter, but he will ton you to death.
60.
Well, this game's been going on for 16 minutes now, but it may well be a couple of split-second moments of that double 16 for Niels van Zanten, which could have put him 3-1 to the good. That could well be the changing point, the turning point of it. Just when it looked like he may have an opportunity to really strike home on throw to take us all the way, he has presented a half opening here to Labanauskas.
$60.
Niels now still without a win. It seems like that.
55.
It It's going to continue. It's Darius. Now nearly a ton behind and has to do some board management. What a great second.
101.
Would have loved to follow that in, but both players now roughly around the 180 mark, and you feel as though it's who strikes the 2 trebles first.
Big setup turn for the pair. Van Zanten unable to do a task. To be honest, he's lucky to have left a finish, because if that was a single one, he would have left himself on 163. Now Darius can head for home to eventually bring this match to a close and follow a similar pattern to yesterday where he trailed 2-0 and 1-4-2.
Neil seeing this game slip out of his hand as he was in a commanding lead. Great opening leg, but
Darius should require 40.
Darius now 3 in hand on tops, and you almost feel as though it's concluded. Got 2 left, and we'll certainly find that tops. Darius Labanauskas with a great comeback against Niels Van Zanten. 2-0 down, making it 4-2. Darius has been in a similar situation yesterday, but certainly holding his spot at the number 2 and still in the race for winning this leg on this league Group A side. Darius Labanauskas on a 91 average, beating Niels Van Zanten 4-2 that only managed 80. Had an opportunity there. And next up is the big game. It's Carl Wilson versus Neil Duff.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. The match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darius Labanauskas got the better of Niels Van Zanten by 4-2. That was the 6th game of our morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And as you can see, we have had the same 3 winners of the first 2 rounds worth of matches, and this is how the table looks as a consequence of it. Carl Wilson, Darius, Labanauskas, 2 of those winners, Neil Duff being the other, and they are now the top 3 in the league table. Wilson and Labanauskas scrapping it out for top place. Duff in 3rd position. Bradley Brooks, who was sat there overnight, has lost his first 2 and has relinquished his stronghold in the group. Steve West in 5th, and Niels van Zanten is cut adrift at the bottom of the table. But from the bottom to the top, as we see Carl Wilson and Neil Duff in action in the 7th game of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Carl, who's won 2 from 2, this is probably his biggest examination of the day. He hasn't actually dropped a leg so far. He's beaten Bradley Brooks and Steve West, but both players very much off kilter against him. And the way Neil Duff's playing, you expect this to be a bigger test for him.
No doubt, and Carl Wilson will need to be Carl Wilson of Monday and Tuesday, and not the Carl Wilson of
first leg.
First 2
Carl
games
to throw first.
Neil Duff has shown some almost form, but this would benefit him though, going first in this match. Just needing to strike early. He has missed some big numbers.
100.
And going for setup shots, and also the percentage, the checkout percentage tells no lies. Is
95.
That is his Achilles heel, and he doesn't want to have that against Duff, because in Duff's previous game, he had the killer instinct and just made sure that Bradley had no
54.
sniffs at anything.
Going about his business fairly proficiently today. Both averages in the mid-80s. The
55.
doubling today for Neil Duff, as you mentioned, has been really good. 4 from 8 and 4 from 7, respectively, in his 2 matches. And that's probably been the one area today where Carl again has been found a little bit susceptible.
100.
He has needed opportunities to wrap legs up, even though he's won both of his matches 4-0. 4 from 11 against Bradley Brooks, 4 from 12 against Steve West.
97.
Great solid encounter, yeah. And like you said, this would be the first examination of the
59.
The final day for Carl. And Darius will be watching this, glued to the screen. So all he wants to
100.
just wants to manage and make sure that he's certainly in that space there. Darius' next game is against Bradley Brooks.
140. Neil, you're back 154.
Considering how he's played, but great shot, setup shot there from Carl Wilson.
81.
It's more elementary there,
48.
my dear Watson.
Double 8 does not go, and Neil Duff has got an opportunity to inflict a first leg loss of the day upon Carl Wilson. Old Faithful, but Tops isn't found, and so Wilson will return for double 4 to make it 9 legs on the spin at the beginning of day 3, but he has shanked that into the single 13.
Game shot on the
We'll
first
put that
leg.
down to cold hands.
Neil Duff.
The feeling is not great in the hands, and
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first.
could be a
Game
big
on.
thing. Neil Duff now. Certainly sensing there's some blood in the water.
59.
Knowing that Carl isn't at his very best. The players' room will be happy about that, because the last 2 days, Carl has been the man in the players' room, taking out the big guns, making sure that he's cementing his spot at the very top with a 1-game advantage.
97.
After this game, will that advantage remain?
If you mentioned the weather conditions, as a player, is it harder to play in hot or cold?
100.
I think it's probably better to play in warm weather than it is cold, because your body will still be relaxed. The cold just brings up almost a tension that you have, and because you see, I mean, Neil Duff has prepared well with his second skin. Carl obviously playing with just a normal
40.
short sleeve dart shirt, and it's tough. You just don't feel comfortable. Nothing feels steady and set, and I think that's what we're seeing today.
100.
Well, Neil hasn't needed to pull up trees so far in this contest to put himself in the position that he's in now. Having broken the first leg on the cusp of making it 2-0. Wilson with that 140 leads himself on a 2-darter, but he may not get a go because Duff's going to get a dart at tops to take out the 105,
85.
and it would have put him 2-0 to the good.
90.
Big shot here from Carl coming up and needing to wrestle the throwback. He's got 2 on 15, and he gets it.
On the second leg, Carl Wilson.
Great shot there from Carl, and
The leg, it's Cole to throw first.
missed an early opportunity to break the Neil Duff throw with a shank into the 13. Now make sure Neil Duff missing 105. And Carl stepping up for the 90.
83.
Does have flashes of brilliance though. When I say flashes, I mean flashes on the finishing. You've seen him sometimes just go in those moments where when he needs a double first start or last start, he gets it. It's in the middle though that he needs to find some middle ground where those opportunities
66.
that come where he's leading in the game, and he does like a silly mistake that opens the door and just kind of unravels his hard work.
60.
Well, it was a 14 darter the previous for Carl, following 5 missed darts in leg 1. Just beginning to rediscover his mojo somewhat.
180.
And like you say, finding a mojo, but Neil Duff, after that first leg, had an opportunity. And you feel as though those missed opportunities linger in the players' heads
42.
longer, especially those that are not in the winning position or in position to take the title. So it kind of shows on the face
59.
and animation with every missed dart. So puts them under even more pressure.
Little fish, but he doesn't have to take it out on the cardboard box.
43.
He manages a 43, but the turnaround there, Neil Duff would want to find that first dart. Just make
81.
sure that it's on the treble or on
87.
top of the treble. Carl now with an opportunity, and he's probably going to have to check out on the bull here. When it just goes wide and leaves the door slightly open for Neil to have a poke at the 101. Missed the 105. That's very far from Neil, and he's not happy.
48.
And his second dart impacted his third dart.
And so Wilson's going to get 2 in his hand at 8 to move 2-1 to the good. Should be a decent guide for him, and he uses it perfectly. Crashes it off the barrel of dart 2 into the bed and into a 2-1 lead. And he's halfway towards a third consecutive victory of the day. And we get to the point where Carl Wilson could be very quickly heading towards the hill. He takes on Darius Labanauskas in his next match. And that would be the ceiling factor. He needs to win his next 2, and if he does that, then he will be confirmed into the final Saturday evening on debut.
$97.
What a feeling that must be. Just to confirm, after 3 grueling days of darts,
140.
On your debut, you are into Saturday. You'll have 2 days off. And I wonder how much sleep he'll get, how comfortable he'll be, because when he returns, it won't be the same conditions. It will be an evening game. He'll have more time to prepare. He might even get even better.
And of course, a big crowd on Saturday, and that adds a completely different dynamic to proceedings.
60.
He does have over 100 county matches. I know that those county matches get rowdy and exciting. So now you look at
47.
You look at all of these added dynamics to it. It's just all not new, but new to call in the Modus Super Series. And he's
43.
So far, all the examinations that he's faced, he's come out smiling.
Enjoying and embracing every single moment, and that's what he said has been the key. And
121.
I asked him in that interview at the beginning of the day, what was your expectations and your ambitions for the week? And he said, more than anything else, enjoy it. Whatever
90.
happened
Now you require 180.
in terms of results, happen in terms of result. He was kind of laissez-faire in that fact. But you won't enjoy this.
98.
And again, Duff sinking low on tops on the back of a ton plus combos. Given Carl here the break chance. And he's going to get 2 in his hand at double 16. He only needs the 1. He's 3-1 to the goods. And he really is beginning to motor. If the first 2 games are him in 5th gear, well, he is now putting his foot to the throttle.
Game on.
Neil Duff there had shots in every leg. And all on tops and dropping low. And Carl now
140.
taking every opportunity. Such a Carl's strength, though, especially when he's under
100.
pressure. It's those middle shots, those 80 to 105, 110. That's where he's strong because he finds the treble. And when he needs it, that opens up a 2-dot on the double, which he's been taking out superbly.
60.
He's certainly showing that he's going to be a threat on Saturday if he concludes this performance.
And we should mention as well in the race for Group B, Neil Duff, of course,
100.
third. Steve West can leapfrog him into first spot on 12 points if he beats Niels van Zanten. And if Bradley Brooks can culminate a surprise win, then he'd be on 12-2 and Duff be back on the back foot. But this, for the match, for Carl Wilson to move on to 22 points in the group. Doesn't have to go treble 17 bull. He's going to return
57
to complete his 3rd win of the day.
Duff would have felt after the first leg.
43.
He's in a strong position, but Carl quickly restricted him in every shot, really. Oh, and that's a big miss. He's double tops now.
44.
Goes
Now
low.
we require 158.
And now Duff has to hope for something seismic to happen. Another one of them would have left double 19 to have got the breaker throw, but to finally get the win. Carl Wilson looks at double 10. And if he gets this, he may well be setting his sights upon Saturday night. And he gets the double 10. And Carl Wilson completes a hat-trick of wins at the beginning of Wednesday. And now he's 1 win away from sealing his place into the big finale on Saturday evening. He's beaten the former Lakeside champion Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1. That's how he's done so. An average of 82, 4 from 14 on the doubles. His timing more than anything helping him out in terms of winning that particular contest. Next up, Steve West, Niels van Zanten. It's the bottom 2 going toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carl Wilson got the better of Neil Duff by 4-1. That's his third win of the day. It moves him 4 points clear of Darius Labanauskas, who we'll see in the next game against Bradley Brooks. But in the middle of that, in the race for first place, we see Steve West and Niels van Zanten. If Niels loses this game, he is guaranteed to be bottom of this Group A. Whereas for Steve West, if he wins this match, then he, for the first time today, will move into third position in the group because of that defeat for Neil Duff before the break. So big game in the race for third place. Devon Peterson's watching it alongside me. Steve West, so far today,
First leg, it's Steve to throw
kind
first.
of gone back
Game
to
on.
the Steve West of Monday.
Yeah, I think it's you almost hope that,
58.
especially for players like Steve, such a likable guy. Success on the Modus stage, undeniable. So this would be just outside of, this would be very uncharacteristic for him. He would have come here knowing
44.
that his form, winning champ, playing well, winning games, and he was
70.
the influencer doubles champion, along with Darts for Fun on TikTok influencer. David Williams, fantastic player as well. And I thought that would have shown exactly what Steve West was going to be producing this week, but certainly far from his very best.
134.
However, it does follow a bit of a similar pattern to his previous appearance here, where he struggled at times in the Group A, but managed to get it together in his Group C, and then went on to win the week, beating Richie Houghton in the final to claim a place at a 5th Champions Week. The 4th that he played in, because he had to pull out of the previous one because of the hip surgery that he had.
121.
You feel as though Niels has been the one player everybody's kind of targeted, knowing that he does carve out opportunities in games. He just doesn't take it. So everybody almost comes up against Niels and relaxes a bit.
Steve, you require 180.
Steve, yeah, with a 118 shot, only on hold. But I feel that first dart is crucial. It's hurting him
40.
every time. He's just not finding any confidence,
167.
nothing to follow on from, and needing to shift and kind of position in a different way. I don't know if it's the temperature in the room, or if it's
50.
just...
Steve, you require 78.
We do understand that he's returned quite early from his surgery as well, so, and the healing process. So could it be that is what's holding him back?
Game shot on the
Doesn't
first
hold him
set.
back there
Steve
with a very
West.
great 78. We do know Steve West to be
Second leg, it's
an
Niels to throw
absolute
first.
solid scorer, and he's not showed that this week.
And that's probably been the biggest difference. Look, he is still ahead of schedule, and I think Steve, in hindsight, following what happened at Champions League, knew that was
84.
the case, being just that bit ahead of schedule. But that steely fire and determination, it doesn't matter whether Steve was playing at full bill of health, whether he was
85.
playing just coming back from surgery, whether he was playing in crutches. He would still have that same expectation of himself. It's the only way he can play the game. But I think put into isolation, I think he'd be really pleased about the way that he's come back into the sport. Recently married as well to partner Michelle, who has been a real rock of solidity for him.
41.
And they've become a real partnership here at the Super Series. They pretty much do everything together. Probably become one of the best known partners here at the Super Series. Always staying in Portsmouth together, always doing things in Portsmouth together, and really popular as well among peers whenever Steve plays here at the Super Series. Become a real popular player amongst the practice room and fans alike as well.
What's just dawned on me now is that Steve's hip could be paining even more because of the cold.
125.
As he would not be able to rest, be comfortable, just because of the surgery anyways, but with the cold added into that, not creating an excuse, but I do know that It does play a massive role, especially when you've had such kind of major surgery.
100. Steve, you require 100.
So far in this leg, forget what Shakira said, the hips do lie because he's playing very well.
55.
And he could be moving into a 2-0 lead very shortly. Niels here is just beginning to hit a bit of a wall in this Group A. It's been a challenging few days, and I think he's going to be another that's really going to benefit from that reset back down to 0 come tomorrow morning.
Game on the second
Finding
leg.
the double tops twice in this game now. Leg 1 and 2.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
He will find some confidence here, but if he can figure out that first dart, as we see there, just easy for Steve to just follow.
140.
Ballerina stretch there. Pirouette just happening on stage.
Not sure whether pirouetting like Angelina the ballerina
60.
was something that the doctor after the hip surgery said was a recommended idea straight away for Steve.
But we do know now that he has it in his locker as he throws another 180. And that first dart now landing every single time. And when it does, you do know that Steve West is simply the best.
Van Zanten needs the max to simply stay competitive in this leg. West racing into a 3-0 lead, it seems. In the 60 bed, heads down for 17s to leave himself an 84 after 9. Real good leg this, real good performance this. Averaging in excess of 101 at this present moment in time.
It's a great bounce back from Steve and just shows you his resilience and just hasn't had it his own way, but might go out here in 11. 1 dart in hand and 12, and so far 60% on the checkouts, scoring like Steve West can, averaging just over a ton.
100.2, which in old money is 15 darts a leg. So 45 darts for Steve West to put himself into a 3-0 lead against Niels van Zanten, who, as you can see from the averages there, is playing below par for his standard.
45.
Wonder what Niels will make of the proposition as well in Group C, because it is a tough Group C this week. Charlie Martin, who's won on the ADC Tour this week. Alex Small, who's a former weekly finalist here, former champion of champions, and Scott Marsh, who is a player who won the British Open 3 years ago, and a player that
59.
on his day has a very good A game in the locker.
$100.
The importance of that first dart and just knowing that that's the one that dictates the mood, the feeling, and just the confidence. As soon as that lands, most of your hard work's done and you can just stay in that release. But when you miss that first dart, as you see there, Niels nearly closer to the 12, you now have to readjust and find something. And that adjustment slightly a bit
30.
Too little. But it's one of many challenges as a dart player. And the first dart is also the dart where you in the best position to be in a great rhythm.
59.
You'll be able to set up perfectly. You have all of that time. The other 2 darts that comes on after that, it's not quite in the same position, so it'll be rhythmic and dictated from your first dart. And Steve West is very much a first dart kind of player.
100.
Niels leaving himself on 113. Hasn't had a dart at a double in this match, and the way that Steve's setting up here,
54.
he should get one from here.
130.
He will feel like it's 6 on 113. 219 was the intended target with dart 2, and so West 144 to wrap this match up.
144.
mean that Niels would be guaranteed bottom spot in the group.
100. Niels, you require 41.
This quite simply has to go. But a miss on a big number means that Van Zanten's going to have to spurn one. And he's only going to get one in his hand at double 12, which goes on the inside wire. And so West is back for the match. It should be 4 tops. The Acapulco shot. The West will be going loco in Acapulco because this leg may well be going on too long for him. This game goes on. 3-1.
Niels Van Zanten.
And right there.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Indicative to the up and down kind of game Steve West has had over the last 3 days.
140.
Throwing a 12 and then lost with a 21 darter there. Or 22 darter there from Niels.
42.
You kind of feel as though he's going to switch on now and wrap it up. Just go into that mindset as well. So we do know with his injury, he has
91.
taken a step away, obviously, from the sport itself. So that he might not be as game sharp as he would like to. And the expectation still remains the same, regardless of the operation or everything. So he'd want to play it like himself.
85.
However, if he can get himself back to a full bill of health, and this is just the beginning, he is going to be some player to be reckoned with in 2025 here at the Live Lounge. One of the few players we can kind of guarantee will be here next year. He's openly said in interviews that he harbours no ambitions of playing on the Pro Tour again, at least in the near future. It's very much his home right now, and he's looked at home on the stage in this game, averaging just under 91.5, and
Steve, you require 108.
now has an opportunity to put the game home. He had 6 and 108 to win this match. Will stay there to give himself a dart at tops.
88.
A dart which sifts below. Van Zanten nowhere to be seen in this leg. Only another treble leaves himself on the finish. Well, not that treble.
Steve, you require
double 10 then for Steve to round this match off. Shuffles across. But goes the other side, and so double 5. Didn't have to go for that because Niels isn't on a finish. He could have split that, could have gone down for 2 to leave double 4 if he wanted to.
We have seen him hit the double 5 often, so he's now splitting it. And just like you said, Henry, needs the double 4 to close out. Finds the wrong bed.
Niels, you require 116.
Well, this would be a pinch if Van Zanten pins this. He's going to get a dart. At least he should get a dart. Double 18.
98.
That would have stung.
Steve, you require 10.
If that went. This time straight for double 5. This time he finds. And Steve West moves up to third place in the group. 12 points to his name. It's a defeat that guarantees that Niels Van Zanten is going to be bottom of Group A. Steve West over the line, a 4-1 victor with an average just under 85. 4 from 14 on the doubles. Next up, Bradley Brooks up with Darius Labanauskas. It's must-win territory for the Lithuanian. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Porto. Before the break, Steve West got the better of Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 1. Now a big game in the race to win Group A. Bradley Brooks not in that picture. He'll be disappointed not to be. And he takes on Darius Labanauskas, for whom a win here keeps him to within a couple of points of Carl Wilson ahead of their game in Game 11 of this afternoon's session. A loss here for Laban would be pretty much the end of his hopes. He'd have to beat Carl Wilson and then hope that Carl loses to Van Zanten in the last game of the session. He's pretty much all on this.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Has to win his last 3, which includes that win against Carl.
And you feel as though Darius can't afford the same kind of start he had against Niels.
99.
Even though Bradley hasn't started like he wants to, he will be up for this game. And Darius now, penultimate game before the big one. Next game up for Darius will be Carl Wilson. So he'd want to at least have a shot at the title, and he has to go
115.
He has to beat Bradley to keep that shot alive. Otherwise, that game becomes a burnt rubber.
101.
Well, not just does Darius need to win, you get the sense he's going to have to win big. There's a 13-point gap between Darius and Carl in terms of the legs difference. 4-0 win
96
would cut that gap down to 9, which is still more than a round's worth to make up. So pretty much needs to win every leg from here on in Darius throughout the course of the day. Not just say he has to win, but he needs 4-0s and 4-1s pretty much. And you've got to add the fact that Carl's playing Niels van Zanten in the last game, who for the day has only won 4 legs. Brooks in control of this first leg, leaving himself a 1-2-7 and game.
60. Bradley require 127.
Opts not to go for it simply because
91.
Darius nowhere close. Darius will see some bit of alarm bells going off. Not loud, but just in the background there, very
57.
faint.
Bradley require 36.
Bradley started off, solid. You just want to close this out, and you can tell by the frustration, but still has 2 dots in hand to focus on.
18. Darius should require
impacted that
136.
last 2.
He had a little glance over to the scoreboard as he went inside on the double 18. He was wondering whether Darius was on a finish. Well, he's very much on a finish. He's not going to take out the 136, but there was a thinking if he wasn't on one, possibly where
96.
Bradley may have split and gone 2 double 8 there. But he's going to have to go straight for the double 9. 3 for double 3.
Game shown.
Works for Brooks. He leads 1-0. And I suppose it goes the opposite way for Bradley. You know how we've been talking about how 20 for tops doesn't work for him? Because he starts stand up to attention, 3 for double 3, in some weird way, it's the perfect setup play for him.
Not obscuring any of the doubles, you're correct there.
84.
It's still the trap door, and it's nobody's favourite. Bradley landing that. Certainly dimming any hopes Darius has topping the table, and even though he could certainly find himself in a position, it would merely mean that Darius would need
60.
Carl van Zanten to pull off a miraculous win. That is a perfect camera angle on a perfect shot.
180.
As if it was scripted. Bradley Brooks turning up and showing exactly what he can do. And Darius now would not become a bit more panicky, but you can tell there's tightness in the throw, there's tightness in the arm. He's not been in this position. And they're scripting another 180, but didn't go to script here. Just looking at the lie of his throw.
54.
I think his darts only sit up that exaggerated when he actually throws them incorrectly. So his darts are not that exaggerated. You can tell that there's an arc to it, which most dart players have, depending on the flight system you use and all of those. But I do think that when he throws them incorrectly, they sit up exaggerated.
So effectively, it's one of those throws where every dart has to be thrown, if you get what I mean.
51.
Correct. Henry, I could swear you play this game, mate.
Actually, I did hit my first ever in-competition 180 last night. That's all I'm going to say.
What?
It's taken me to game 9 to mention it.
Look at you. What did you throw it against?
125.
I threw it in a local competition. It was the first 3 darts of the first leg. I don't want to talk about the rest of the night.
Doesn't matter, mate. Doesn't matter. Darius, yeah, clawing it back now, but big miss there from Bradley Brooks.
102.
He tries to take away the shine of Henry's first 180 officially in a match. And Darius here now looking to check out 72 and opting for a 16 double tops. Last start in hand. And that is what Darius does.
Darius
Stretches us out. But feel as though that one leg that Bradley Brooks has.
Game on.
Darius needed to go 4-0, 4-0. Brooks, yeah, just not out of the gates at all. Certainly making hard work of this, and might see himself in, or potentially will see himself in Group C.
58.
And that's going to be tasty as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a very good Group C. Davidson, Charlie Martin in there, Alex Small in there, Scott Marsh in there. We've got an exciting Davidson in Group B. I actually saw Gemma Hayter last night at said local tournament, and she played some very, very good stuff. She lost out on an absolute pearl of a game to Mason Whitlock, who actually won the competition last night, beat Simon in the final. I'm sure that's going to be mentioned 1 or 2 times in the Whitlock household. But the signs were very, very good for Gemma alongside Richard Rowlands and Kieran Tian in that Group B tomorrow night from 10.
$60.
Just reaching a stalemate this game.
Can tell there, Darius also
60.
not knowing how to go about it, because expecting Bradley to kind of come out punching, Darius wanting the knockout punch, but also understanding that there's a lot racing on this game. Even though
140.
he'll need his result and assistance from Niels van Zanten to actually help him get through it.
95. Darius, you require 144.
And not to mention, he'll also need to beat Carl Wilson. So he's got a lot to do. Carl's sitting in a great position right now. And it's all in Darius's... He'll need to bring it out.
100, ready, require 87.
Great thing to mention after this 87. Needs the bullseye now.
62.
That's outside, and Darius now with
Darius, you require
44 opportunity here. You call it the Acapulco shot.
Well, 4 tots, wasn't it? Going a loco in Acapulco. If you stay too long.
Game shot on the third there.
Darius now.
Darius Labanauskas.
Breaking the throw there, and
4th leg, it's Darius to throw first.
he'll feel in a comfortable position now. As Bradley Brooks came out, the blocks flying. But a thing for you to note is that Darius needed to win his last
100.
Nordic and Baltic to actually qualify. And if you know the kind of play it is, it's basically a do or die. And you just go, you have to win today, sir, to make it to the qualifier. So essentially, every single knockout game, even though it was a knockout, had a lot
100.
more pressure on it. So he'll be very used to the pressure. He'll be able to perform as he's shown. See Bradley Brooks looking for another maximum.
180.
The maximum's coming. But there's the scores in between and the misses. And Darius looking to respond with a maximum of his own.
140.
Great 140.
43.
Sets him up.
Darius,
And with that 43,
161.
Bradley Brooks now gives Darius an opportunity on 161 with 6 darts. He'll want to change his fortunes now. Make sure he stays there and gets a 91.
53.
Does not. And Owen Binks is giving 53, and it's going to put the small advantage into Bradley Brooks's hands if he can take it, but he does not. So
Darius should require 108.
Now Darius can set the shot up nicely.
108 would be great for Darius, and this would put him 3-1 to the good. And he is going to give himself a dart in hand, a double 16.
92.
Skims the inside wire, and Brooks needs a big moment. There's the first treble. Cannot find the second, as Labanauskas will return for 2-8 to move 3-1 to the good.
16.
Needs to shift and use that dart now. What a shot. Great camera angle there. As you can see, he just worked his way from left to right.
Fifth leg, it's Bradley.
No panic, just straight on.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Darius Labanauskas, one of the top 2 qualifiers. Jeffrey de Graaf being the other one after 10 events.
97.
Labanauskas making his way through following that last event in Iceland. He beat Timu Haju by 6 legs to 4 in that second final to qualify his way here. That was after Andreas Harrison edged him in the final before. 6-5 the score in that one. In fact, winner of 2 titles on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this year. He also beat Jeffrey de Graaf in Denmark in July in the final by 6 legs to 5. And it was by €450 on that order of merit that Darius just got the better of Johan Enschon to qualify for the World. Some notable names not there, missing out on that particular order of merit. Oscar Lukasiak, Marco Kantler, and series champion this year, Andreas Harrison. It's not going to be at Alexandra Palace in 2025. Finished 6th in that order of merit. Big shock, that.
126.
Trivia question for you. Johan Engström. What's his nickname?
Sweet Ferret.
Look at you. I like that. Another 180 for Bradley Brooks there. Sets up 28. But Darius Labanauskas now 145. He's not going to do it. So Bradley Brooks still in this match. But what kind of pressure will he be under on this 28?
85.
It's going to be 60, and he knows Darius is very capable, so he'd not want to go inside, and goes inside the double.
Bradley Brooks.
Just holds throw, so Darius pushed now to serve it out.
Darius to throw first.
This is where it could get a bit tasty.
Suddenly Labanauskas will be feeling a little bit twitchy. Suddenly the nerves can begin to jangle.
100.
As the carrot starts to dangle. And he knows that he has a big opportunity against Coles. And even though it's going to be a
57.
far outside shot, if he loses this match, he has no shot. And that's the big thing. Outside shot, yeah. So he needs to do everything he can. And then leave it up to the darting gods.
140.
So far, 2 140s back to back. Excuse me, it's a ton 140. And that puts him in the driver's seat. And it's his throw as well. So certainly making sure he's taking full advantage of the advantage.
And that's all you can do as he piles in a max to leave himself an 81 after 9. It's going to be a hard task to dispose of Carl Wilson at the top of this Group A table, but Darius Labanauskas is going to give it a good old go. And he leaves himself on a finish after 9 to set a 4-2 win against Bradley Brooks, who has not won since yesterday morning. He's looking at 62. The treble 10 would have left in double 16. 64 scored. And so 17 65 left. He'll set up to leave himself on double 8 upon his return. How many times when the army's relaxed do you come up with a visit like that?
Darius, you require 60.
Labanauskas to end this game. Double 8. Great marker. Even better marker. The perfect dart. And a win. Frustrating for Darius Labanauskas. Not often do you ever see that kind of tell from Lucky D. He knew he had to win big, but Bradley Brooks won a couple of legs there, and they could be the 2 legs that restricts his chances of winning the group. Bradley cutting a real frustrated figure. It's been a tough day. It's been a tough couple of days for him. He averaged in excess of 90, had 4 180s in the match, but it was 2 from 7 on the doubles, which was his undoing. Darius picking the points up. Coming up after the break, Neil Duff against Steve West. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of fixtures on this Wednesday morning. Before the break, Darius Labanauskas got the better of Bradley Brooks by 4 legs to 2. Steve West beat Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 1. And Carl Wilson, as you can see in your pictures, won all 3 of his matches up to press. Both of the top 2, him and Darius Labanauskas, picking up 3 wins from 3 so far on this Wednesday morning. And so it means in terms of the table, Carl Wilson is top of it. He has a 2-point lead from Darius Labanauskas. They go toe-to-toe in the 4th round of fixtures. He can confirm his place through with a win in that match. Steve West is on 12. He can open up a 4-point gap on Duff and Brooks if he can beat Neil in this particular match. However, if Neil can win this fixture, then they'll both be on 12, and we got very much a battle to the line to see who's going to be in Group B, who's going to be in Group C, and Bradley Brooks looks like he finds himself on the back foot in that particular race. Stephen Peterson alongside me for all the day's action. We're going to take a break from the top of the table, but the middle portion of it is looking very exciting.
Correct, and Bradley Brooks there not performing to his standard, but it's just a consistent performance that he has been, where it's up and down. Playing well, not taking opportunities, averaging great, but not just getting the results. This, is
first leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Topsy-turvy one.
Game on.
The heavy hitters in the middle. Neil Duff was
60.
Played against Carl there, and Carl restricted him merely to only high checkouts, no clear opportunities, straight opportunities.
78.
Only had one darters pop, and Carl's scoring just put him in positions. Continuous 3-dart finishes.
100.
You feel as though the game before this, Steve West started to show a bit of shine, and then kind of just went out the window again with 23 and 21 darters that kind of keeping his game. And when you're playing that long on the stage and you kind of know it's not going my way, it's frustrating and tough. Neil, same situation. We're going to see an dramatic and animated game right now.
It's kind of been the story of Steve West's week, hasn't it? Where there's been glimmers of some
46.
good stuff, but he hasn't been able to follow it up on a consistent enough basis. Whereas Neil today has been showing signs that maybe he is getting better as the week goes along. This
100.
is the same person who, of course, lost the 101 average yesterday is Darius Labanauskas, Neil Duff. If he can get into Group B, that'd be a big advantage to him. Both players will feel,
60.
regardless of the situation, they will feel that they have got enough to get out of whether it be B or whether it be C on Thursday or Friday night. But there's a massive
60.
advantage playing in a group where it's 3 from 5 as opposed to 2 from 6.
And this is that kind of game. So the mid-table having their
62. Neil, we
own
require 121.
their own table topping kind of experience. One goes to the top of in Group B, and the other will find themselves in the bottom.
57. Steve, you require 107.
The fish has not gone this week yet. Steve has a shot. And the shot goes begging. We got the small fish though for the setup. Neil Duff,
64.
we've seen him be very accurate on the side and finds the 64.
Neil Duff.
Easy on. Early hold though, which is
Second
great.
leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Steve
Game
West now in the A. With every leg that goes, the tables will turn every single time.
140.
Duff a leg to the good up in this contest. Yeah, this is kind of like
60.
the football equivalent of the race for the top 4 Champions League, isn't it? Where you can't win a trophy at the end of this campaign for finishing third, but what you can do is give yourself something lucrative at the end of it.
43.
Well, if you're Tottenham Hotspur, the opportunity to lose 8-2 at home to Bayern Munich. Or was it 7-2?
85.
Steve is going to say some words which cannot be broadcast to me later for that comment for sure.
40.
But no lies detected at all, Henry. Tottenham has always been the whipping boys. Unfortunately. But Neil Duff, not starting as
60.
As good as he did before, and Steve West now in a good position. I think both of these players are just jabbing at the minute. It feels like a Nobody looking for the just landing a shot. Just
140.
jabbing. Gentle jabbing.
It's like a sparring session, isn't it?
140. Steve, you require 138.
Well, this would be the first big punch of the contest if West could take out the 138. It's not going to be taken on this occasion, but he can set up. And set up, do at least a job to leave himself on 51. And so Duff, 156 for a 2-0 lead. Will not take. And so West will return to level this contest
60.
up.
Steve, you require 51.
Duff starts hiding, just hitting very high in the bed. Be comfortable with that. And the double tops now.
Steve
lands and another hold off throw.
The leg gets Neil to throw first. Game on.
Neil now. Wants
83.
to find, and I feel like we've said this before, but both players obviously first start players, and when that first start goes in, they're kind of in and around it. When they're missing,
140.
the second and third darts not doing the job.
$100.
Well, these two played in the first game of the week. It wasn't a great game, and it's almost set in motion the fortunes that the pair have had since.
60.
I don't think anybody on Monday morning thought that we'd be talking about Steve West and Neil Duff as a game for third place.
$100.
Next game is the race for first place as Darius, Labanauskas and Carl Wilson
60.
go toe-to-toe. Carl wins that one, then he will be the victor in Group A. Labanauskas needs to win that, and he has to win it big if he is to stand a chance of staying in the race to win this group.
60. No, you require 133.
Duff here looking at 133 to put himself 2-1 up. It's not to be on this occasion, and so West looking at the 141 to get the break of throw and to put the Duff
93.
man on the back
Steve, you
foot.
require 141.
That would have been a stealer.
91. Now we
Great
require
setup
40.
though, great pressure, but Neil Duff has been really good on this, on his out shots. Certainly not this time, and you can tell the last start landing low there.
50.
Not even close, so could be that that undergarment is restricting his movement as well. Steve West there hitting the big 20
Steve
on the ring, but 5's the outer ring for a breaker throw. How important will that breaker throw be? You want to go into tough games like this with an advantage, and if he holds you, he will have the advantage.
131.
So he will be able to serve it out, even if Duff has a comeback moment.
Is somebody waiting for the other to go in this game? Because they are two players that like to play on the edge and they like to play with the adrenaline pumping through their body. That hasn't been the case so far. Have they been waiting for their opponent to make a move, and then as a consequence, they will probably shift alongside?
I feel as though that's the case, and both these players are quite friendly as well. So it's not as if there's a bit of niggle or aggression that you can just flick up. You actually have to play not within yourself, but it all has to be self-motivated. No external factors that contribute to that reason for focus that a lot of players do have.
100. Steve, you require 145.
Steady on Steve West, with a 145, and this could actually go. He's going to have to set it up now.
89.
What a good setup. Neil Duff, certainly outside, and only can Watch Steve West come here with a 56, and it's going to be 6 stars for the 56 as well.
All the time one could want. Potential 14 data.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Steve West 3-1 up.
Steve West.
Just beginning to go through the gears. We said that if one player goes, the other could follow. Steve West is beginning to make his move. And Neil Duff is looking languished in this game. And if he loses this match, he could well be languished in this race. In fact, it'd be impossible for him to be
83.
Catching Steve in this race of third place, because West would be on 14 points, Duff would be on 10, and of course there's only 2 more points left to play for. And so effectively from that point onwards,
60.
The only way Steve West cannot qualify is if Bradley Brooks wins both his last 2 matches. And Brooks' last 2 games is against Niels van Zanten, and then Brooks and West
50.
face off in the penultimate game of the group. And so this is a very, very intriguing scenario here in this Group A.
121.
Drama in the middle of the table.
60.
And it's building up to a great Darius Labanauskas versus Carl Wilson, top of the table. Tungsten tussle.
100.
It's going to be, and this is where the league now comes to a crescendo, and it's a great ending. It's not somebody running far ahead and just ending the day on a lull. We still have some excitement in this.
However, it looks like the excitement of this game is going to come to a close because Steve West is looking to close it out.
100.
Big last start, leaves himself on the ladder shot.
$50.
Manages 50, sets it up. But Steve, yeah, on a Shanghai, 120. Needs to kiss off that dart. Now finds the double tops. Finds the double tops. Steve West is a 4-1 victor over Neil Duff. Solid performance there from Steve West. Neil Duff still slightly in the rough. You see the stats there. Steve West, 90.18. He'll love that. Beating Neil Duff 4-1 with a 76.78. But we focus our eyes on the table-topping tussle right now with Darius Labanauskas will face off against log leader Carl Wilson.
Fabulous start from the young man. World Youth Champion. What a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. We've seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. The Online Darts Live League. 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Can we find that tops? Darius Labanauskas with a great comeback against Niels van Zant.
Setting his sights upon Saturday night, and he gets the double 10. And Carl Wilson. Well, it all comes down to this, doesn't it? Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas, game 11 of our session here at the Super Series. A win for the debutant. We'll see him into the final on Saturday evening up against Labanauskas, who has been the only player really that's given up a sufficient fight to this man in terms of trying to qualify through to Saturday through Group A. For Carl Wilson, this is a dream scenario. He said on Monday morning that his ambition was to just enjoy himself, that there was no real expectations in terms of results, just that the performances would stack up on the stage. Well, they've more than stacked up on the stage. In fact, they've been the best numbers on the stage this week. Up against Labanauskas, so known for his consistency, so known for his never say die attitude, and he's going to have to draw upon all of those qualities here if he is to claw back the perilous position that he finds himself in. But he kicks off with a max.
And if you're Darius Labanauskas, that's all you want to hear and see. And Carl certainly has not had that done to him in any of the legs.
96.
Darius certainly can only make it difficult for Carl by winning this match and hoping that Niels van Zanten can do him a favor.
58.
Other than that, if Carl wins, the debutant goes through.
One of a number of ADC qualifiers that we will see for the Vault
140.
series in Series 9. The other players, Dean Finn, Neil Withers, Greg Ritchie, Darren Brown, Andrew McDermott, Steve Robertson,
99.
Steve Reynolds, Dan Nichols,
85.
Kevin Mills, and a familiar face of ours, or to us here, Martin Turner. This is for a potential 11 data.
45.
Still got loads of time. Carl Wilson, yeah. First time of asking is just kind of off his pace, but
73. Darius should require 40.
it's also understood. It's a big moment for him. He knows how important this game is. He had the one examination
on the first leg
against Neil Duff, as we see Darius holding throw there. With Carl slow out of the gates, Darius will look to pounce on that opportunity. Carl doesn't act a bit more clever on the trebles.
Well, the thing for Carl Wilson is he can damage limitation, because even if he loses this game, if he can lose it tight enough, then realistically it's over for Labanauskas. Yes, on points he could probably get there, but in terms of legs difference, it's going to be a very unlikely task. Matter of fact, Labanauskas is probably going to need to win this 4-2 or better just because of that legs difference. Providing the pair win their final game. But Carl has got Niels van Zanten, and the problem is it looks like van Zanten's going in one direction, and that's not the right one at this present moment in time.
123.
Niels has not been on song today. And Carl will know that he has that opportunity against Niels as well. So a bit of a safety net. I'm not saying that the game is going to be done and dusted, because Niels has put up fights, and if he's taken up his opportunities, it would have been a very different looking league right now. And we see Carl there, the 180 of his own. We see this man do that so many times, and this is the reason why he's in this position. Darius, knowing that it's all on his shoulders.
60.
He determines his, not fully determines his future, but he determines how long this battle goes. It can end right now. Carl will be back on a Saturday.
63.
Or Darius could see it happen, and we'll wait until the last game.
Effectively forcing his opponent to serve it out in terms of winning the group. And Carl will play in the final game against Niels van Zanten, so he would know if Darius won this game what he'd have to do.
Carl, you require 32.
And of course, if he loses to Neil Duff, then Darius, after beating Carl, would be all over anyway. 88.
60.
Does not go.
Darius,
so Labanauskas, 158. And this could be the first haymaker blow applied to Carl Wilson this week. But it's not going to go, and so Wilson's got 3 more in hand, a 88 to square this contest up.
82. Carl, you require 16.
82 set up. Carl, you'll not want to make another mistake.
Game shot on the
Does
second.
not make
Carl
another
Wilson.
mistake, and I feel as though the
leg, it's Darius to throw
only
first.
opportunity
Game on.
that exists is basically on his finishing. With scoring is pretty much up there with most of them. Darius there with a
180.
180, and it's the 80th 180 of the week. What a man to do it as well.
58.
Also the 80th 180 of the series. 4. And it will stay at 4.
100. 42.
Do remember Carl was in a position against Darius yesterday, a losing position. Quickly fought his way back, made it 3-all, and then served out a fantastic leg decider. It changed his fortunes today and certainly cemented himself on the very top.
91. Darius, you require
We're also going to learn a lot about
161.
how Carl Wilson deals with duress over the next couple of legs and the next few moments. We know that Darius can pull things out of the fire when it matters the most. He didn't have to go for the 161. He's not going to get the 161. What he is going to do is leave himself on double 16 after 12 darts to put his nose back in front in this contest. Wilson needs another trouble to leave himself on the fish. Does exactly that.
140. Darius, you require 32.
The fish has not been taken out, but Darius will limit that opportunity with his 2 darts in hand now. It's on the wire. Needs to shift to the right. He gets it, clatters off the 2 darts
Darius
as if it was a
Labanauskas.
wall. Just landed in the 32, not
Leg,
giving
it's Carl
Carl
to throw first.
an opportunity on the 170. So far, this game is going with throw. Nobody wilting as yet. Both players really playing well on throw. Scoring solidly. Not giving the
100.
opponent an opportunity. I feel as though there's an opportunity here for Darius to pounce. Having the advantage of the throw in this game.
Now, this is what we mean about Darius having to win
96.
this game big. He's 2-1 up in this contest. So him and Carl are level on points at the top of the group, as you can see on your screen there. But have a look at that disparity in terms of the legs difference.
85.
9 points separate Labanauskas and Carl Wilson at this present moment in time. In a round of fixtures, only 8 legs can be made up. And so that is why Darius Labanauskas
95.
has to win 4-2 or better, because if it goes by a 4-3 scoreline, there'd be a 9-leg gap between the pair. And so, assuming
43.
that Carl Wilson gets the job done against Niels van Zanten, it would leave Darius Labanauskas behind the 8 ball somewhat.
It's all maths and numbers. And ifs, buts, and maybes. But Darius has to do the job first. For all of those permutations to actually happen.
And of course, he's the thing to happen is Carl Wilson to win, and then we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Carl Wilson today hasn't been at his ultimate best. I mean, he's average between that. As we see Darius Labanauskas with another 180. That's his third for the match so far. We see Carl Wilson in the 74 average now, and
133. Darius requires 36.
36 for Darius now, and that 133 was a ton plus opportunity. But Darius closes that door and takes the opportunity now. Breaks the throw. Wants to limit the amount of legs Carl Wilson gets. And Carl was in this position yesterday.
Game on.
But he turned it on at the right moment. Can he do the exact same today, or will Darius allow him to?
Doing what Darius has done all week in pivotal legs, coming up with a big leg, a 13 darter, and Laban leads 3-1, one away from the victory post. It would mean that both players would be level coming into the final round's worth of fixtures. And if he can hold through here, Darius, the legs difference becomes a bit more interesting, because he'd be on plus 18, Carl will be on plus 22, and so effectively it's a 4-2 either way split in the final round of fixtures away. That's a bit more attainable than needing a man to lose 4-0 and you need to win 4-0.
What a game that was from Darius. 13 darter just
57.
To make sure that he wrestles the throw away and now can serve it out. Started off really fantastic, yeah. Wants to find that treble now and just make sure.
95.
It just gives Carl a lot to do. Carl can either go 180 or 140, and that will put him back in. But if he does not max it out,
125.
125 was not the shot, because he did not want to give Darius 6 darts on a 169. Might go 133 here for the 36. Might stay there. Not succeeding at the bottom of the board.
95.
But a 95 certainly puts him into that position.
74 points away from a 4-1 win. Just to keep
Darius
his hopes alive.
74.
To force Carl Wilson to win his final game, to send himself through. 2 darts in his hand, a double 16. Does not go, and Wilson returns, and every leg, remember,
84.
is of the utmost importance.
Bolton has an opportunity to just break back, and he needs the bullseye.
59.
Misses the bullseye, and Darius now sets up for 32.
Double 16 for Labanauskas. And double 16 keeps Darius dreaming. He keeps himself in the equation. He keeps himself in the race. A race that will go down to the final round. A race that Darius will be the outsider in, but a race that he's still in. He gets the better of Carl Wilson by 4 legs to 1. Wilson has to beat Van Zanten in the last game, with Labanauskas taking off Duff in a few moments' time. And we are going to see Niels Van Zanten in action after the break when he takes on Bradley Brooks.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
This is where... Hang on, wow. John about out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes
2-0.
But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around. He gives it.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks.
May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No one aiming, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Fox for a breaker throw. Steve West at 20. Stops for the match. Starts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and starts for fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Darius Labanauskas got the better of Carl Wilson by 4-1 to keep his hopes of winning Group A alive. Doing so with a 98.88 average, 3 180s to his name, 4 from 11 on the doubles. And so next up for us, it looks all jovial before the go between Bradley Brooks and Niels van Zanten. The 12th game of 15 on this Wednesday afternoon. A big game for Bradley. He's seen Steve West go on to 14 points. And so if he loses to Niels van Zanten here, Steve West will be confirmed into Group B. Bradley Brooks, Neil Duff and Niels would be in Group C. We'd know where the land would lie.
First leg is
Although
Niels
Bradley can win this game, he'll move on to 12 points. And he will play Steve West in his last game of the day. Realistically, a 4-0 win is of the utmost importance for Brad. That would put him on to -2 and 12, and it would mean that he'd only have to win 4-2 or better in the last game of the session
180
between the pair. And it will have to be via outright legs difference because in terms of the legs, Bradley cannot get anywhere near Steve West's legs
57.
1. So he's going to have to do it outright on legs difference. He cannot rely on any other metric.
But does Niels has an opportunity to upset the entire apple cart. That's both for Carl Wilson as well as Bradley.
42.
As much as he's been a bystander in the last 2 days, and certainly not because of his playing ability, but just not taking opportunities, he might have the last say in what happens in the league.
46.
You've seen it before, where players who struggled at the bottom of the group have then stopped it for players at the top. There was a famous scenario where
96.
Wesley Harms was denied a Group A win because Lee Cox won 4-0 and he was bottom of the league, and it sent Moreno Blom through. Mind you, any dramatic finish to a group
93.
usually does involve that young Dutchman. He's got more lives than a Persian cat, does that lad.
136. Niels, you require 104.
136 on a 306. See, no one Binks explained that. And now Bradley executing it. 104 now. This will leave a nice 32.
Game
He gets the
shot
32
Thursday.
and 104 there
Niels
for
Van Zanten.
Niels. He just
Second leg,
holds
it's
through,
Bradley
but
to
it's a
throw
good
first.
hold.
Game on.
Niels there, finishing in 15 darts. It's a bit like we've seen a bit of that darts on Monday. We've seen this 180s from
180.
Bradley Brooks every single day, but it just seems as though the 180s come and go, and the shots between them really not impacting his performance at all.
100.
A day which hasn't gone Brooks' way so far. He does look like a man that's just been hit
40.
with the heavy artillery the Group A has provided him. Looks like Group C. Looks like afternoon shifts for Bradley on Thursday and Friday afternoon. I think he'd still back himself. He'd still
85.
fancy himself in that group, despite the vast amounts of quality that's on show.
180.
Two 180s in the leg. Bradley pushing his average up now with those two 180s to 104. You kind of just feel like he's got that in his game. He's really, and I think that's the reason why obviously him being
68. Bradley Brook, 101.
so upset and so just angry towards the game when he's not hitting where he should. But we see here 101.
61.
Two 180s. It's exactly his power scoring that he has.
Van Zanten having a bit of an off leg in the second leg, and so Brooks can come back for tops and can come back with plenty of time in hand.
Bradley require 40.
Even himself 163, and so Brooks with 6 here. That was dragged very low. To be fair, with that low, if it went any lower, he could have burst the score. But
Game
double
shot
10
the
is
second
found.
leg. Bradley
Good quality
Brooks.
contest. 15 for Niels, 14 for Bradley, 1-1.
That gets Niels to throw first. Game on.
I think in Niels' mind, yeah, he's just wanting to make sure that he's ready for tomorrow's
60.
game. Make sure that it just doesn't end on a lull. And both players here have not won in the last 6 games.
100.
Actually, for Bradley and both Niels, Niels has not won any games yesterday and continuing that today. He's got this game, so he's got 2 more games left to at least make sure that he gets a positive
81.
win. Bradley himself has not won since Tuesday morning.
It's not won since game 2 on Tuesday. That's how long the drought has been.
140.
For a man that had the Tuesdays sewn up and having his best
96.
runs on Tuesday, only losing once on a Tuesday in his entire Modus series career. Yesterday they came like buses.
Well, a matter of fact,
100.
his last win was this meeting against Van Zanten yesterday, where he averaged 99.67, was 4 out of 7 on the doubles. 1-4-1. That was his second win in a row. And at that point, we're thinking he could be in the Group A winning mix here, and then had a complete disaster towards the end of the day.
60. Bradley
And
require 161.
today hasn't really got started at all.
$86.
And 86 sets up Brooks for 75 checkout and also an important break of throw. Bradley still fighting for the middle table tussle.
140. Bradley requires 75.
Nails not rolling over at all and putting the 75 under pressure. Bradley will have 1 dart at tops. Great step back there, readjust, and this might just find the middle of the bed.
55.
Goes low.
Niels
That's
requires
been
64.
the story of Bradley Super Series so far this week.
Two 8s. 2-1 Van
Game's on the
Zanten.
third leg.
And he has
Niels Van
taken
Zanten.
that from under the nose of Bradley Brooks. 2 for 2 on the checkouts.
Fourth leg,
Brooks
it's Bradley
burning
to throw
3 at the
first.
outer ring.
Game.
And the very meagre chances that he had to qualify through Group B is slowly but surely
60.
lingering away. Well, he can't afford to lose another leg. Because if he wins this game by 4 legs to 3, he'll be on -5 legs difference. It puts him in a very perilous position.
32.
This means that he'd have to beat Steve West by a scoreline as opposed to just an outright win.
100.
And going into your last game, you do not want to have a scoreline and a win. You just want to focus on one. If you have both, it just adds to the spice of the game. Considering the performances that he's put in today and yesterday, certainly not the most
78.
confident player going into that last game. So you want to make sure that he takes that advantage. But Neil's not allowing him any
100.
of that.
Bradley every day has had a good performance, and this
83.
is becoming that, but it's one where he finds himself behind in the contest.
$57.
Six starts
57.
from 184 for Brooks to level this match up at 2 apiece. And you get the sense from that point onwards, he'll have to win the next 2 after that to give himself the best possible
82.
chance in that game against Steve West in terms of sending himself through to the finale, to the Group B even on Thursday and Friday. I'm getting way ahead of myself. I'm thinking about the next game.
100. Bradley require
You
100.
just want to get to the finals now. That's all, Henry. That's all it is. That's a slip there. Still has a chance now. Needs a double 19.
64.
64 is the call.
Require
And
151.
slip there. And does that open the door for Nils? It's a small gap, but a gap nonetheless. It's not up to the task. And Bradley now will come back for 38, but
Bradley required 38.
wondering if he's going to split it. No, he goes straight at it. He finds it with a second dart.
Bradley Brooks.
Levels up proceedings here, and now needs to win both
Fifth leg,
legs
it's
to make
Niels
sure
to throw
that there's a
first.
slight
Game.
chance of him making it into Group B. But he needs to. He needs to as a good. I feel as though if Bradley has 2 good legs right now, that Steve West tussle will be a good one because both of them don't know what they'll be playing for. But I think
41.
Bradley's struggling with confidence at the moment and just needs something before he goes into that game.
Well, if Bradley Brooks wins 4-2, he'll be on 12 points -4
100.
in terms of legs difference. So he'd have, because he can't catch Steve West on legs 1. Obviously, if the game finished 4-2, they'd both be level on
60.
legs difference. Steve West would go through with better legs 1, and so Bradley would have to win that game 4-1 if this ends 4-2 in his favour.
93.
Loses another leg, has to win 4-0. And if he loses this game, it's all over.
That's why they pay you the big money, Henry. And knows exactly what he's talking about and has it all worked
55.
out. Bradley Brooks here, 308, slight advantage. Can simply move that advantage needle even further if he finds a treble, but
28.
a 28, the lackluster visit only gives him 65 points ahead now. Niels can close that gap with 1 dart into the treble 20. There it is. Another one there would certainly
140.
changed the complexion of this game. And also Bradley's final game. But he has to win the game, Henry.
Has to get over the line first,
59.
and that's not academic right now. 2-2-1 plays 2:05. Van Zanten with 6 starts to move himself 3-2 to the good. And remember, he hasn't missed a dart at a double yet in this game. Leaves himself on 106. Brooks needs something tangible. But that first dart's plumb. When it hits the top of the bed like that, he can follow it very well. Couldn't do so with dart 3. Actually kind of gets away with it. 98 left.
But this 106 will hurt. This 106 will hurt.
74.
And Niels
Bradley
Van
required
Zanten there
98.
just on the outside. Missing. Bradley Brooks has closed us before in the leg before this, so he
Game
knows the
shot
spot, he
fifth
knows
there.
the height.
Bradley Brooks.
Still keeps his hopes alive. Bradley Brooks has
Sick
wrestled the
gets
throw
Bradley to
away
throw
from
first.
Niels Van Zanten
Game.
now and essentially serving for the match.
Well, when Bradley Brooks does his quick-fire questions, I reckon he may put double 19 down as his favourite double, particularly in this game, because it's got himself
63.
out of a bit of doodah. Technical term.
Love it.
95.
Was a doodah moment there. Just get him out of it. And we did say
34.
that if Bradley is going to go against Steve West, he needs to win 4-2 to make sure that the maths add up. But you also feel as though that 4-2 win would give him the confidence to actually go up against Steve. He has an opportunity.
140.
But Neil's not rolling over. And he's done this so many times, though. Like, just playing well and missing key opportunities. And that's what's cost him so far in the last 2 days.
Bradley now hoping to get this game under control. He should have had more control. But Van Zanten at every single turn is just keeping himself interested.
137.
Great drop there on the 137. And Bradley now, you feel as though needs to find a 2 treble visit. It's going to be 1 and he's going to be left to
94. Niels
kind of watch
129.
Niels. Let's get closer to the finish line. Feel as though the 129 does not necessarily have to go because Bradley's on a 156, which is a lights out opportunity, and this could be the winning opportunity. Not gonna go.
Not to be this time, and so Van Zanten will return for double 18 to take us all the way to a deciding leg. Brooks stands in the background hopeful. Probably not expectant of coming back.
Game shot on the
He won't come back. Van Zanten with a 13 dart break. We go all the way. It's all or nothing for Bradley Brooks, who has had a disastrous day. His head shakes. His head's probably sunk.
Game on.
And his hopes of Group B will be sunk if he loses this leg. Shredsville. Sheer Shredsville.
In a last leg decider, and you have the darts, you want to go off with all 3 trebles, whether it's a 177 or a 171 or even the max. Immediate pressure is put on on the opponent, and we see that just transitioning into Bradley there as he only manages 40 so far. This has been the closest we've been to the 9, Henry.
140.
However, this could well be the final nail extracted into the coffin of Bradley Brooks. You extract a nail into a coffin? I don't quite know. It's been a long week. I think Niels is thinking whether you can extract a nail in a coffin as well, how long it's taken him to come back to the hockey. But he's got 6 darts, probably more from 184 to get over the finishing line.
58.
Talking about extraction.
121.
Niels Van Zanten.
126.
Is he going to try extract maximum points here? His first win in 2 days, and he opts not to go for the bull shot. He now has 86 left, so he wants to go 54. Does he go bullseye? Goes 54 and a setup, and Bradley nowhere close. A maximum will leave him 64 left, but it needs to be a maximum. It will be a maximum. And that will put some pressure under
Niels, you require
the Neil Van Zanten throw, and such an important moment for him here.
Has he dug himself out of a hole? He now has to hope Niels misses. But that's a good guide. 88, what can he see? He can't see enough. And Bradley Brooks has been given the ultimate reprieve. He may only get one chance to salvage his situation, to dig himself out of an almighty hole, and to give himself the smallest but still a glimmer of hope.
44.
But the top drags low, and Van Zanten will return for the match
16.
to say bye-bye to Bam Bam's Group B hopes. Double 8. Double 4 now. New target. Same outcome. And guess what Bradley Brooks has left? Double 10. It's been his friend all week. But when he needs it the most, can he find it? Settles himself to end a unsettling contest of a win. 2 5s. This will be nervy. 1 left in his hand. And he finds it. And just about is Bradley Brooks still in it. Not too much by way of a handshake at the end of that one. Bradley Brooks straight down the stage. 4-3 winner against Niels Van Zanten. And it means that he's still got a glimmer of hope, but boy, does he have to win big against Steve West in the penultimate game of the session. And so now it is all about the race of Group A. Darius Labanauskas against Neil Duff is game 13 of our session. Labanauskas wins, he forces Wilson to beat Van Zanten. A win for Duff would confirm Carl's place in the final. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are about to approach the final round of fixtures in this Group A. This is what we've seen on this Wednesday afternoon before the breaks. Bradley Brooks got himself out of jail. A 4-3 win against Niels van Zanten. You could say he actually extracted the final nail from his coffin and dug himself out of that particular coffin for winning that one. Prior to that, Darius Labanauskas beat Carl Wilson by that scoreline. Steve West beat Neil Duff 4-1. And so this is how the table looks going into the final round of fixtures. Both Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas level on 22 points, but Wilson with a much superior legs difference, and he has to play bottom of the table. Niels van Zanten in the last. The race for Group C is hotted up because Steve West and Bradley Brooks will go toe-to-toe in the final round of fixtures. Brooks needs a 4-1 win or better to get through. Steve West with a couple of legs will see himself in. But to the top of the table we go, and to Darius Labanauskas, who is first out to bat in this final round of fixtures. He takes on Neil Duff, who had a very promising start to the day. 2 decent performances out the bat, but having lost his last 2, finds himself on the back foot, and now means that he will see himself in the afternoon session on Thursday and Friday respectively. But even though he can't win the group, he can deny Darius the opportunity to do exactly that.
From one man trying to dig himself out of a comment,
It's Darius to throw first.
to another man trying to dig out an opportunity to win the league, but he needs to do it in real fine fashion. Needs to beat Duff, with a clear score. Almost 4-0. And then has to wait for a result
100
on Carl Wilson versus Niels van Zanten. And Van Zanten there just missing out an opportunity against Bradley Brooks, who carved him out an opportunity to a final match showdown. But he will need to beat Steve West by 4-1 or 4-0 to actually go into Group B.
60.
And if not any of those 2 results, he will find himself in Group C. Carl Wilson against Darius Labanauskas was a fantastic battle. And Darius came out there, the victor, with darts like this.
140.
Silky smooth from the Lithuanian. Getting out the gate quickly.
100.
And has 6 darts from here to take out the first leg.
$95.
Darius after 12 now left on 89. Neil Duff needing to set up, and you can see there that Neil switched back to his old darts.
Darius should require 89.
Which means that he's just in his head. He doesn't know which dart to play with, and he does not know which grip and how it feels. So it's a bit of an opportunity
57.
for Darius, to pounce on that, because you can certainly understand there's indecisive moments,
100. Darius should require
So Labanauskas 32 to take out this opening leg. Double 16. Every leg matters, every dart matters. And Labanauskas has got the first chalk on the board.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Simple holder throw, ticks box 1. And I think that everywhere and every how, Neil Duff now does not know which darts to use. And that's a troublesome place to be for any dart player, because as soon as you start playing poorly and the dart starts to drop, you automatically go, should I play with my other darts? And then you start asking yourself questions, and then is the grip different, and is
41.
the flight correct, and so many questions. And when you're on the hockey, you want to actually have no questions in your head.
You want to be a wall at 140. But fair to say that Neil Duff hasn't quite been that way. Not throughout the 3 weeks he's been here. Champions Week didn't work out. Double trouble. It looked like things were moving in the right direction, winning the Group A and qualifying for the Saturday night. But defeats to, admittedly, in the end, the 2 players who made the final, Ted Everts and Robert Thornton, who both played well against him.
57.
And this week kind of following the same plan as that of a fortnight ago.
Labanauskas here needs to
137.
find 2 trebles, and he does, and puts him in touching distance. Now he's with Duff being hit and miss.
135.
Wants to make sure that he's in touching distance because you don't know what the finishing accuracy will be of Neil Duff. He might be an opportunity given.
100. Now we require
Is
73.
that good enough though? And only Duff knows.
2 8s to square this contest up. And every
65.
single leg conceded
Darius
for
required
Labanauskas will feel
142.
like a dagger blow. May have to take out this 142. You almost feel 4-0 is a must because of who Carl's playing in the last game. He's going to give himself an opportunity at double top. Oh, he rifles it home.
The
The 142 goes when he was on the back foot.
Labanauskas.
Lucky D comes up with a big moment to put himself on the front
Darius
foot.
to throw first. Game on.
What a shot. That's the shot for me of the entire 3 days. Not just the importance of it, but just the position he found himself in. And also
100.
Neil Duff missing on the outer ring, and just with the questions asked in his head now, it would make their questions even louder.
60.
Simply because he lost that opportunity there to hold his throw. And like you said, Henry, every point matters, every dart matters.
In this crucial game, he's averaging
100.
97.46, 2 from 2 on the doubles, including that ton plus checkout. 31 darts to win in the first 2 legs.
140.
Neil getting duffed up here.
Scoring with new darts is sometimes quite easy. Because you're not
100.
expected to hit all 3 every single time. You have like a 33%. So then you're throwing a ton at a time, and that's great. But when you move to the outer ring,
100.
that's when it clearly shows. Neil Duff there missed an opportunity. Both players here toe-to-toe. Who's the one to make the first mistake? But Darius Labanauskas now. Will he change up and go 25 or 57? He goes 57, which is
139.
not the best board management. A 25 there would have left him a 56 outshot, which gives him 2 darts at his favorite tops. 62
55.
now. He
Darius
needs to find a
requires
treble, and he'll have
62.
to shift his way from the tops to the 32, which he does not have a problem with. But now he's only got 1 dart left. Opts for the 32.
30.
Goes
Neil,
out,
we
and a
require
player that plays
146.
so well on tops, you kind of question why he would go 32.
Well, he's left that target nonetheless, and he is going to get a go at the target because Duff can't hit Darius
82.
back with a haymaker as big as he
Require
provided.
32.
So double 16 for 3-0 lead, and to be 3/4 of the way towards doing his job.
Game shown the third leg.
Doing his job all right.
Darius
3-0 up.
Labanauskas.
3-0 up, scoring
Full
consistently.
flag, it's Neil to throw first.
Finishing
Game on.
accuracy of 75%. 3 doubles out of 4 darts thrown at them, and you really see
81.
why the man is going back to the World Championships. He's really in the form of his life, and after losing his tour card, coming back strongly. Certainly getting the platform here at the Modus Super Series and showing off his talents.
100.
Really, really putting a Lucky D kind of performance.
Lucky D, more plucky D, because he's plucking something
140.
significant out when he needed it the most.
$36.
uncharacteristic 36 there as he just sprayed them in the different segments.
60.
But Duffy only finds a 60, so a 140 now will certainly put this game back to level pegging. 171, yeah. Will he stay there? 133 is his target.
95.
95, 270. 50 the difference. Neil Duff can't afford to make a mistake, or he would be seeing the back of this game and
85.
Exiting on a 4-0. Certainly finding himself in Group C.
Find himself on the back foot. Laban looking for at least a ton to leave himself on a finish. He's got the treble. Finds a couple of trebles. Advances his chances if Duff misses. There may not be a miss. So Labanauskas will return for the 130 to wrap this game up 4-0. And then hope that Carl Wilson has not got a win in his locker. Treble or single, either will do. Double 5 for the match, and this will be for his second ton plus out of the game.
120.
Not on this occasion.
We require 60.
16 for Duff, 3 in hand. He's already missed 2 at this target.
Game
Doesn't miss the third dart,
Duff.
and you feel as though every leg that Duff wins
5th leg, it's Darius to throw first.
pushes the boat out even further for Darius's chances of qualifying. Unless Niels Van Zanten pulls off a masterclass win against the man literally has been tabletop until his last game.
The psychology of Labanauskas being top of the table going into that match cannot be understated.
85.
To see your name at the top of the leaderboard will mean a lot, but it will also mean more to his opponent because he will know that Darius is top of the table and that he cannot afford a mishap or a mistake.
100.
Now we're talking about final game mentality. Finish line. It's that last hurdle.
140.
Darius wants to give him the best chance possible and make sure that it's not only a win that Carl must get, but something with score. I think that as it stands now, a win gets called through.
Yeah, win, and Carl will be in to tomorrow Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The first week of Super Series 9. Laban doing his job to keep forcing and piling the pressure on. Duff won't relent.
100.
Both players leaving 116 after 12. Labanauskas first poke.
116 yeah for the match. And that's the treble 19. Single 19. Steps back. Composed. Needs the double tops. He's hit it before.
76.
And he misses.
Neil, we require 160.
So can Duff deliver what Labanauskas has just missed? He's going to go the same way. Can he find the treble? No is the answer. And so Labanauskas comes back for tots to force Carl Wilson to beat Niels Van Zanten. Well, Lucky D has flurried towards the line, and now he just has to wait. Darius Labanauskas has done his job. He has beaten Neil Duff by 4-1, and now he has to hope for an upset win for Carl Wilson. And Neil Van Zanten getting the better of him in that final game. But what a performance, what a match that was. Labanauskas running out a 4-1 winner against Neil Duff, averaging a shade under 95. 4 out of 8 when it came to the finishing, including that 1-4-2 checkout in the middle of the piece. Our next game will determine Group B position. Bradley Brooks needs to win 4-0 or 4-1. Steve West a couple of legs away from making it into Group B.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious, wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darius Labanauskas got the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1. And so our penultimate game sees Bradley Brooks and Steve West go toe-to-toe on the stage. Steve needs just a couple of legs to guarantee his place in Group B on Thursday and Friday night, whilst Bradley Brooks needs a win of 4-0 or 4-1 if he is to be in the night session. So our penultimate match. Afterwards, we'll see Carl Wilson up against Niels van Zanten, and Carl needing to win that game to send himself through to the finals on Saturday evening. But first things first, we're going to dot the I's and cross the T's in terms of Group B.
Game on.
Bam Bam needs a big win. Is he going to get it, Dev?
Bam Bam will have to go boom boom if he's going to see anything happen right here.
96.
But I think this is the kind of game that will kind of give Bradley that motivation to play in a bit of grr. You know, that bit of between the teeth.
96.
I'm sure that is after his extraction in the previous match, he now
83.
has extracted an opportunity.
You are never going to let me forget that, are you?
174.
174 there. As Henry tries to make me forget about the commentary conundrum of how do you extract the final nail out of a coffin. It's been a phenomenal day so far, and that's probably the highlight.
65.
Is that comment Bradley obviously coming through as well, and this game really poised here. It's both players just landing nice jabs. But Bradley wants to get ahead here, as
47.
That 47's not going to help him, as Steve West needs just to set up the shot now. Want to stay and flip down.
77. Bradley back 138.
Bradley's throwing a 148 in the series already, and we'll need another one there for the 24, and he does not get it. So 78's coming back now versus an
78. Stevie Brooks 89.
89.
Remember, Bradley Brooks could only concede one leg in this contest.
81.
He comes back every leg of the utmost importance. Is it the 12s for Brooks? Yes, it is. Double 12. It works. Brooks one up. And he's had to dodge a couple of bullets from Steve West.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well done, Bradley. Well done. I actually thought that with the way his eyes was
60.
focused on the 20, he was actually going to go 20 tops, but he stuck to his guns, and certainly it's a Bradley Brooks shot that, and it's comfortable now, dropping down 177 as we Owen just screaming that out, and now taking the fight. You know that he can only lose one leg.
40.
How important is that to just in his mentality there 60. Is that 60 is treble 12, double 12. To do that at that crucial point, you know that that's going to be his shot for a very long time.
And you must know as well as a player, there must be certain shots that are a feeler as to how you are playing or how you are feeling in the first leg of a match. If that goes, it must give you a sense of how you're going to feel in that game.
100%. It's just ticking all the boxes
58.
In your head, and just puts you in a great position. And Steve West himself just now knows that he needs
84.
2 legs to get through, and that's as big as Bradley's 4. Because Bradley could, if he breaks a throw at any point, then Steve West could see the back of this match very quickly.
120. Stevie require 82.
West wants 82 to get himself on the hill and to make Bradley carve out perfection.
57.
He's had darts now to win 2 legs. Brooks looking to go 2 up. Double 16. 2 in his hand. Can he clatter it off the barrel? Yes is the answer. Brooks is 2-0 up. And if he holds throw here, things get very interesting.
That's all Bradley Brooks wanted to do was just create an opportunity, and he did. And Steve West missed on the bullseye. 86 there with last dart in hand. Bradley started on a 177 the game before this. Now getting a 134. Bradley's in a different position right now mentally.
55.
And I think that he might feel as though he putting his best performance last.
Putting his best foot forward.
137.
But he's hoping he's not going to be stuck in the mud by the end of this game.
So Henryism is a best foot forward backwards.
55.
As you work that conundrum out, you'll see Bradley here poising on another maximum for Bradley. As he gets another 180 now and moves his average into 106. One of the better games of Bradley Brooks. We know you have it in you. And this is quickly now Steve West's face.
50.
Ball for a 10-darter. Nah, he was never going to play that game. But he's now gone 10 for tops because he gets double 10.
30.
This is not the pub, mate.
Chris Mason went ball for a 10-darter. You know, commentators say don't do anything flashy, and then he goes ball for a 10.
Bradley just needs the win. He doesn't need the 10, and he needs double 5, the 10 score, and he gets it.
So far,
Bradley
Brooks.
Bradley himself is quite close to a
4th leg, it's Steve to throw first.
100 average there. Has been trickling inside. A few misses on the double. Has dropped at average, but his performance is solid. A game that he needs to win either 4-0 or 4-1. Bradley seems to be up to the task.
Well, this is effectively the free leg for Bradley. He's got himself 3-0 up. But what he can't do is think, I can drop a leg, because then you're suddenly back on that I need to win everything kilter. But Steve West is not fighting back or resisting the brilliance of Bradley. As you can see there, because he's 3-0 up, his 3 legs clear, he would get the jump on Steve. That's the in-play table.
Bradley will not be thinking, I've got a free leg. All he's thinking is, I'm playing amazing right now, and I'm just going to continue. Bradley now wants to see 2 trebles in that bed to make sure that he gets to a first shot. He needs to find at least one.
60.
He reaches on the last and just goes under. Still a level game, but feel as though Bradley has a small advantage as Steve
92.
West is just chasing the trebles around, and you feel a big visit from Bradley could change the entire complexion of the game and probably put it out of reach.
59.
Nothing
Steve,
coming.
Suddenly, Steve West has got 6 starts at 170 to get that first leg on the board. If he gets another, he'll go for it. He'll go back down for the bull. He was looking to leave himself on tops. Leaves 85. Brooks could only set up. And then suddenly we get back to an impasse. We head back towards a crossroads. Because if West takes out the 65, Bradley Brooks has to win the game 4-1.
Steve, you require 65.
That's not a shot he wants to see. Double 4, last start in hand. Goes 61. Inside. Bradley Brooks now 92. With a 92.
This for Group B. He had to win big. He went double-double to win
52.
big. He leaves himself on tops if Steve West cannot manage the job on double 2, but he can. And he brings it back to 3-1. And so this is the leg. The leg.
It's Bradley to throw first.
It's not a deciding leg in terms of the match score, but it's the deciding leg in terms of the group tally. Brooks wins this game 4-1. He will be in tomorrow night. West wins this leg, will continue the match, but the battle would have been won by the 5-time weekly champion.
$83.
You feel as though it's literally 4 or 5 trebles that can change all of this right now.
42.
Bradley there just crumbling under the pressure, knowing what a win means and what the scoreline means. So there's a lot more to think about. Yeah, Steve West has more opportunities, but this could be a big one.
140.
Well, suddenly the mentality switches, doesn't it? Because Bradley probably played with more hope than expectation of a 4-1 win. But suddenly when you go 3-0 up and West brings it back to 3-1, suddenly the pressure begins to jangle. And suddenly, you know you've had an opportunity, it's there in your sights, and it's slipping away from you once again.
130.
But it looks like Bradley's not wilting under the pressure. But how much pressure will the 102 be under? The Steve West 180. Big shot incoming now.
This is it. All on this. Bull or treble 14? Treble 14 for tops was the play.
41.
Steve West is going to get darts. He's going to get 2 at tops. But he's shanked it into the 5. Bradley Brooks' eyes light up. As if he's hit the jackpot.
Bradley requires 61.
Because he's going to get a chance to win this game 4-1. The scoreline that he needs to send himself into B. He's going to get 2 at tops. Double 10. Doesn't go.
51. Steve,
both players have had their Hal Valor moment.
Steve West now 2 in hand. Last start in hand. And 6 Bradley's chances.
Steve West.
Bradley had an opportunity and
Steve West there. You see the in-play
Sick flag,
table.
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
That was the moment. Bradley wasn't up to it, so put Steve West in Group B, and Bradley goes to Group C. And
57.
Fair play. He did have a major part to play in this and held it all together until the last 180, and you can just tell and his facial expression. The win's going to mean nothing to him right now, as he needed to win 4-1.
99.
And now the shackles are off. Bam Bam was looking to work towards perfection. I think it would have been the most sulk-ridden 9-darter we'd have ever seen if he hit one there. I think he'd been the only person to hit a 9-darter and wanted to get off of there as soon as possible.
180.
It's a bit like, at the World Cup when Kai Havertz won man of the match for Germany, even though he went out in the group stages, and he wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Well, Bradley Brooks is looking to get out of here as soon as possible. It's been a great performance. Steve West is loving this because Bradley's hitting him with everything, and he's through. It doesn't matter anymore. You can hit an 11-darter for all it's worth. I've got what you want, mate. 2 12s. Double 6. Well, we could all of a sudden have a last leg decider.
40.
And all of a sudden, West could find himself on 16 points.
Game's on the sick flag. Steve West.
Back-to-back 180s there from Bradley.
7 from final leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
And the game quickly went from 3-0. Steve West reeling off
95.
3 legs with some great darts, but Bradley certainly feeling it after missing an opportunity to grow into Group B. Now, could be Steve's to win, but Bradley now for the 4th time in this match, getting the maximum, scoring solid. But the only real Achilles heel was his checkout percentage, 25%, 3 from 12. As we see there, the scoreline, the 10+ scores. Bradley's gone berserk.
140.
Amazing what happens when the pressure's no longer on your shoulders. I suppose it's typical, isn't it, of Bradley Brooks' week that it's come now when
81. Bradley require 86.
It's kind of rendered irrelevant. Double 16. Bradley Brooks wins the game, but it's Steve West that wins the battle for B. He did have a couple of darts, Bradley Brooks, to win that game 4-1. But he couldn't oblige on tops and 10s. West stepped in, and West will be in tomorrow night. Bam Bam will be back in the afternoon session. Quality game. Can't deny that. Quality performance. Can't deny that. But we can deny Bradley Brooks a place in Group B because Steve West got the 2 legs that he needed. So then, Group B's done and dusted. Let's see how the group ends. Carl Wilson, with a win against Niels van Zanten, will win the group. Welcome back to the final game of Group A here at the Modus Super Series. It sees Niels van Zanten and Carl Wilson go toe-to-toe. Niels is guaranteed to finish bottom. Carl Wilson will win the group if he wins this final match of the day. Before the break, Bradley Brooks beat Steve West 4-3, but it wasn't enough for Bam Bam to book his place in Group B, as Steve West put the final nail in his coffin in terms of that particular race. So, Wilson, Van Zanten, the final game of the session, the final game of the group. For Carl Wilson, this is what today has all been about, all been for. This moment, this opportunity, this chance. And he hopes this is his time. The time for him to step forward and time for him to take his place on the throne of Group A.
$131.
And after such an exciting matchup, Bradley and Steve, we now see another exciting matchup. Carl Wilson versus Niels van Zanten. Niels had an opportunity
100.
to put Bradley out of his misery. And then there was another carved out opportunity after that. But now, Niels trying to throw a spanner in the works, and
140.
Darius Labanauskas on the last game now is top of the table, and Carl Wilson has to win. No permutations,
96.
no calculations. It's very straightforward. Carl wins. Carl wins the group.
As simple can get.
140.
And at the moment, it's seemingly looking as routine can get for Carl. 140, leads himself on a 2-darter after 9. Van Zanten will be looking to reset ahead of a Group C campaign
57.
tomorrow Friday. He'll be joined by Neil Duff and Bradley Brooks. Wilson looking at 90. Looking at double 18. Looking at 1-0.
Game
12 darter to
kickstart
in a game that you have to win the group.
Second leg against Niels to throw first. Game on.
And that's how you simplify the game. Just throw the score, set up the shot, and hit the double. No missing, no frills, no fuss.
46.
Just making sure you play a perfect game. It's a big moment for Carl, though, being the debutant as well, and making sure that his first campaign on the Modus series is a memorable one. I think after this, he might come back and probably sponsorships and equipment conversations already on the go.
140.
Can tell that he's going to be a player that people will now look out for, and when you see
96.
him, you'll know exactly what you're going to be getting. A scoring machine that can easily go 12, 13, 14. And you'd have to be at your very best to beat him.
100.
I'm sure if he qualifies, there will be a lot of people making their way down to watch him in action.
97.
The Kent faithfuls.
You're not too far up the road, just a couple of hours. The actual
99
insignia on the back of Carl's shirt is actually the emblem of Kent. The coat of arms, if you will.
58. Now you require 160.
That Invicta horse. I believe it's called an Invicta horse. Double 20 leaves double 18.
56.
Carl now needs a maximum, or just something to put Niels under a bit of pressure. 140 will do.
105.
105, some board management there, making sure he has a shot at the bullseye. And Niels now has 2 darts at the double tops to bring this game to level pegging. That's a wide one. It needs to drop down a further bit. And dropped down too far down. And that board management from Carl was exquisite. He now just needs to find one treble, which he does. So he has 2 darts at the double 18. Finds it on the corner, nearly in the double 4. But
Wilson.
the segment there blocks him, and it's a perfect. If that was a penalty, no keeper saving that. Bottom corner right. It's Mo Salah-esque.
Apart from that one he blazed over the bar at Bournemouth last year.
I wasn't watching that one.
91.
It was that far over the Vitality Stadium. I think it went into the sea.
Still the best winger the Premier League has ever seen.
Oh, if he doesn't get into a Premier League or Tom 11, he gets very close. I'm sure that's a discussion for another day.
121.
Back to it. It's another accurate man. Nearly as he's as accurate as Mo Salah as Carl Wilson, and now running away, and
140.
all of the hopes of Darius Labanauskas now just leaving his body as he sees Carl Wilson, the unflappable,
140.
unshakable performer of the week so far.
149 points away.
60.
And 6 starts from this mark from a 3-0 lead, which had put him 1 away from the final.
Just to understand how good he's playing. Currently averaging 106.89. And his checkout percentage is 2 out of 3 so far, so it's 66.67.
180.
Showing a last gasp on 80, just to put him under some pressure. So far, it's been a no frills, no fuss kind of game for Carl. And
game shot on the third.
75% on the
Carl
checkouts, 3 out of 4. Leading the way here with a 104.
Against Niels to throw
You
first.
wouldn't say that he's a debutant that needs to win this game to actually win the group. He's playing like a veteran and just really showing his A game at the right time. And we've said that before, the character of the man, such a strong, composed competitor. And when you come up against him, you know that you're in a battle.
Well, now he really is hitting for home, isn't he? You see the Invicta horse on the back of his shirt, but he is like a horse, which is a couple of fences away from winning the Grand National. Really hitting the strides as the finishing line comes towards its culmination.
$57.
And a 57 there just settles the entire crowd that we don't have yet. But on Saturday, the crowd that will be here will be filled with loads of Kent
121
followers for Carl, I'm sure.
If Gemma Hayter qualifies here, I think this place will be pretty much a sellout.
140.
Wilson leads himself on the finish. Van Zanten first poke.
Great first start, and he needs to follow that up. Does not, so he'll leave a 140. And what a way it would be to win the league.
Oh, you're quite 164.
Well, he has been superb all week long. But Carl Wilson is going to have to wait for that opportunity to win Group A. But he has forced Van Zanten to take out this tops.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Niels Van Zanten.
Niels finds the second dart, and
what
a shot there from Carl just to set up, and still sticking to plan here as he in a masterclass of scoring. Not thrown a 180 yet that he's come to be known for, but his power scoring. It's the 140 plus column that's probably the most impressive. 4 legs played, 6 140s thrown. 75% on the
41.
checkouts, 3 out of 4 darts thrown. Really an accomplished performance, especially the importance of the game. It's the match-winning game.
96.
It's the first time he was dethroned. Every day's only lost 1 game. Today he's lost to Darius. Darius gave himself some hope, but that hope quickly dashed
140.
by Carl with his perfect performance in his final game.
Wilson a step closer towards Saturday night. And if you are from Tunbridge Wells and you're beginning to get excited, that's the QR code that you need to scan. Takes you to dartshop.tv, £2 booking fee for the finale on Saturday night. And Carl Wilson is 195 points away from doing exactly that on debut.
Carl Wilson setting up for
82.
some Saturday night fever. You see him turn up with a Steve Beaton-esque kind of suit. 113 incoming for the match.
And for his place in Saturday night's showpiece. Number 19 does not go. And Van Zanten gets another chance to continue this game.
Van Zanten's been really good in his scoring, and finds the first dart. It's a very high one, so he needs to drop slightly down in the wrong bed. So this could be
80.
curtains.
Carly required 56.
Carl Wilson is going to get 2 darts at tops to win this group.
36.
2 darts to win this group that are come and gone.
40.
And Van Zanten to continue this game is looking at tops. Double 10. The tension's palpable.
30.
And the miss may be
Carly
magnified.
require 20.
Because Carl Wilson will come back for 3 in hand. And Carl Wilson, the ADC qualifier from Kent, is into the finals on his debut. Wilson was wonderful, and Wilson is the winner of Group A. He's going to progress through to the finale on Saturday evening with guile and style, with glitz and glamour. The Gok is through. Doing so with a ton plus average. That's the first winning average of the week in excess of a ton. What a time to pull that out the fire. He beats Niels Van Zanten by 4 legs to 1 to progress his way through to Saturday night's final. Himself and Devon Peterson are going to have a chat with him in the studio on the other side of this short break.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt his oldie being out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
It was Marvin van Velzen that picked up the jackpot in Series 8, and the first qualifier for Saturday night in Series 9 has been confirmed, and that man is that man there, Carl Wilson. Many, many congratulations. You said this morning your ambition for the week was just to enjoy yourself, just to play well. This must be beyond your wildest expectations.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I didn't expect to top this group. You look at the players that we're playing with this week, it's unbelievable. And not just good players, great people in general. I mean, I've had the best time of my life here this week. I feel on cloud 9.
When you saw the list of players when it got announced on Thursday evening, what did you think in your honest opinion?
My honest opinion, I'm up for the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to play big players. I need to test myself. People don't know me. And this is a platform to do it on here. And I've proved myself this week. I can dig deep. Some games were not so pretty, but I dug deep and just got on with the game and tried to keep my head down and focus and try and do a job.
He was ultra impressive, Devon. And I think one of the key components with Carl was when he was under pressure, he was under duress. That was actually when some of his best darts came out.
Yeah, every time he was there was an examination, he passed with flying colours. I mean, every day there was a game where he might have got put by the post and all of those things, but he saved his best game for last. And you look at the way in which he closed the game out, it was phenomenal. You realize very quickly the kind of caliber that he has, and he's always talking about wanting to test and test and test. He's certainly testing himself this week, and he's come out with flying colours and knowing that he's not anymore a player that's just a debutant. He's not a player that's had a good couple of days. You can tell that the man he's got all the character and all the charisma to be a top player.
Let's talk about some of the good moments then. There's plenty of them from this Group A campaign. On Monday, you couldn't stop hitting maximums to begin matches. Your power scoring was superb. But one thing we saw as the group went along was that improvement in terms of the finish. Was that something that you highlighted straight away that was an area of improvement?
Yeah, well, me and Devon got back to the house and he said to me, sometimes just slow down that fraction. It's like, you don't need to run 100 metres in 10 seconds. Just take your time, and I took my time and it improved during the week. I know I've got the power scoring. I've done it locally, Super League, playing for Kent. Everyone can see that, and doubles has been a little bit of a downside of my game, but thanks to Devon this week, having a good chat with him, he's helped me out just slow it down a little bit, and crucial times today and all week I've pinned it when I needed it.
He knows what he's talking about, doesn't he?
He does.
Listen, the one thing that you can see is when you see a good player or areas that you can improve or just the small things. I mean, I'm extremely analytical about my own throw, so I know exactly where position should be and all of those things. So, I mean, Carl, the one thing is having the knowledge and explaining it to players. It's also having the learner mentality to actually onboard it and actually kind of execute it, because it's only going to be for your best benefit. He's shown that and he's done really well.
Well, I'm going to have a chat for you in just a second, Carl. We're going to have a look at the rest of the table, myself and Devon. This is how it finishes up then. Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas level on 24 points. Let's talk about Darius quickly, and we'll talk about the Group B race in just a second. In terms of Labanauskas, he was consistent enough, but maybe at the key moments, one or two defeats let him down.
I think you look at the game itself, and it's one of those positions where Darius is actually, I'm not surprised that Carl won the game. At the very beginning, I thought that Darius was going to lead the group, and obviously the tight encounters that the two of them had was phenomenal. But I think that it's also just the earlier rounds where he slipped up on the Monday, and Carl then took advantage of it. Darius is going to be a tough competitor, and I'm sure that him and Carl is going to have some great games on come Saturday.
In terms of the Group B race, Steve West, Bradley Brooks. Brooks had it. He had 2 darts in his hand to win it 4-1. That would have been enough to have seen him into Group B tomorrow night. And then Steve West takes advantage. And okay, Bradley won the game, but Steve West won the war.
Yeah, I think it's testament to the quality that Bradley has and just the ability of scoring and just pulling it out. He's a world champion as well. So you kind of know that he's really worth his salt and he's got that quality. Just at the end, most of this week is kind of been just falling short all the time. And then exactly after that game, we saw back-to-back 180s, saw him throwing kind of very smoothly, finishing great. which has been his Achilles heel all week. So I think that Bradley knows exactly what he needs to do. It's just bringing their games out, and maybe that last 2 games there made him relax a bit more, and he knows that he can click that on for Group C.
This is how the tournament bracket breaks down going into Thursday and Friday. Carl Wilson doesn't have to worry about a thing. He is through to the final on Saturday. Group C sees Charlie Martin, Alex Moore and Scott Marsh join Bradley Brooks, Neil Duff and Niels van Zanten, whilst Group B is Kieran Tian, Richard Rowlands and Gemma Hayter on debut, alongside Darius Labanauskas and Steve West. Now, you're not going to be with us for the next couple of days, Devon, but when you have a look at those groups, what stands out for you in particular?
I think number one is Gemma Hayter. She's a solid player as well, and with 3 players going through that, Kieran Tian is also a top player, but I mean, Darius Labanauskas nailed on there for me to go through on that group. And in the final group, I mean, Bradley Brooks and Neil Duff definitely are strong competitors there. It's a great week that we had so far. We've seen ups and downs from the players that's going through the B, but I think that, like you said, it's 2 separate tournaments. So Group A, Carl Watson, as you call him, but Wilson, going through solidly there. And now we're looking at these 2 tournaments with the players now understanding and knowing exactly what it's like. It's different timing as well, so different preparation. I'm looking forward to seeing this week. Even though I'm not going to be next to you, I'm going to miss you a lot. And what is going to happen now is I'll just probably have to watch it at home.
See, commentary box bromance has already begun, hasn't it? Final word to you, Carl. Couple of questions for you ahead of Saturday. First of all, how much are you looking forward to that? Because it's a different complexion, isn't it, on a Saturday night?
Yeah, I mean, I come to watch the influencers and the atmosphere was unreal. I've played on county stages with an audience, but this is different. It's a bit more close-knit and a few cameras and that there, so I'm just going to have to take it on the chin and see how it all goes, to be honest.
Finally, with the locality, because where you are in Kent's about a couple of hours away from Portsmouth, many going to come down to support you, do you reckon?
Well, you say that, a few, when it come out and I said that I'm going to be in Group A, they'd already booked their tickets for the Saturday. My girlfriend included, she and my best mate, they were like, right, we're booking tickets, regardless if you get there, we're coming down to watch. But they had more belief in me than I did in myself. Knowing that how hard this group was and the players, I just thought, fair play to you. If you've got that belief in me, it's now slowly starting to get the belief in myself that I can play with these really good players.
Hopefully as many as possible from Tunbridge Wells makes it through on Saturday to watch you in action. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the couple of days off. Devon, thank you for your company. It's been good fun.
Yeah, it has been, and surprisingly well, though. I mean, you've absolute superb at what you do, and thank you very much for giving me some of those commentary conundrums.
That's going on LinkedIn, by the way. Guys, thank you very much for your company. Thank you for your company as well. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group C gets underway. But as far as Group A is concerned, well, it's winner, Carl Wilson.